Chapter 30. When the voice rang out, everyone turned their heads in the direction of the voice. Although Yang Qin found the voice familiar, it had been too long ago for him to remember who it was. However, whoever dared to stop him from joining Chunying Palace and becoming a disciple of his master at this time was Yang Qin's enemy. Yang Qin did not care even if it was the emperor. The voice could be heard before the person arrived. Everyone seemed to have heard the voice beside their ears. It was loud and clear, but no one felt it was ear-piercing. Except for Yang Qin, everyone else felt that the person who spoke was a close acquaintance of theirs, which made them feel good. Soon, the person appeared gracefully. No one knew where he came from. He seemed to be standing there as soon as he appeared. It was as if he was stepping on an auspicious cloud as he slowly descended to the ground. Almost all the disciples of Chunying Palace present bowed to him and called him martial uncle. Only Sun Haijing called him master. Sun Haijing's words made Yang Qin recall the identity of the person. This guy was Chu Heng, the deacon of Bright Moon Hall. He was now an inner sect disciple who was at the foundation establishment stage. Chu Heng looked at Yang Qin and suddenly asked, "You used to be an executioner who killed indiscriminately?" "That's right." Yang Qin did not need to hide it, so he nodded. Although Sun Haijing's words were wrong, they were also for the sake of the sect. You shouldn't slander him like this. As soon as Chu Heng appeared, his aura had already subdued all the disciples. He was the only one present who spoke. No one dared to make any other sound. Every year, those who were responsible for recruiting new disciples were all outer sect disciples who were at least at the third level of qi refining. Those who wanted to enter the inner sect had to be at the foundation establishment stage. Among all the disciples present, only Chu Heng had the highest seniority, so no one dared to refute his words. Yang Chan wanted to say something, but he held back and waited to see what Chu Heng was going to say next. If he really dared to stop Yang Qin from joining Chunying Palace, Yang Qin did not care about offending a fellow disciple who was already at odds with fierce Yang Palace. "I've killed too many people, and there are many inner demons in my cultivation. But since you have a spiritual root, Chunying Palace will still accept you as a preparatory disciple." Chu Heng affirmed the decision to let Yang Qin become a disciple of Chunying Palace as soon as he spoke. Yang Qin was relieved and said nothing more. As long as he joined Chunying Palace, Yang Qin did not care about other things. It was obvious that Chu Heng was standing up for Sun Haijing. Sun Haijing must have secretly informed his master when he saw that the situation was not good. However, since he allowed Yang Qin to join, Yang Qin could temporarily ignore Sun Haijing's provocation. In order to hone your state of mind, eliminate the inner demons, and ease the hostility of killing people, join Chunying Palace. Within 10 years, you will be a servant, and you are not allowed to practice any cultivation method. Chu Heng opened his mouth again, but it was another speech. It seemed to be righteous, but in fact, it had delayed Yang Qin's cultivation for 10 years. It could not be said that it was not vicious. The disciples were in an uproar. A servant for 10 years? Wouldn't it be too late? Chu Heng seemed to be fair, but in fact he was constantly favoring Sun Haijing. However, the outer sect disciples could not argue with Chu Heng, an inner sect disciple. They could only look at him angrily, and the smart ones had begun to secretly inform their masters to come and solve the problem. A servant for 10 years. Yang Qin sneered and was about to refute, but Chu Heng said, "This is for your own good. Don't be ungrateful. You've killed so many people, and there is too much hostility in your cultivation. Once the inner demons make trouble, the consequences will be unimaginable. As long as you can concentrate on forbearance, accumulate good karma, and hone your character, you will naturally not have to worry about your future cultivation." Senior, that Taoist brother Sun often does things according to the instructions of other sections. I want to know, how many years did he spend to hone his character and mind? Yang Qin asked with a sneer. He did not do things according to the instructions of Taishimen. I have a general understanding of the cause and effect of this matter." Chu Heng did not show the slightest sign of anger in the face of Yang Chen's questioning, as if he did not want to lower himself to Yang Chen's level. However, he knew that Yang Chen's words should be what the other outer sect disciples in charge of recruitment also wanted to ask. It was inevitable that he would have to explain to them. He just said it by giving advice to Yang Chen. "The fact that Fairy Sure is willing to give you a physique refining pill is a great fortune for you." As soon as Chu Heng opened his mouth, the disciples at the scene began to exclaim in surprise. Fairy Sure, that was the idol of countless young disciples. This seemingly unremarkable Yang Chen unexpectedly also got the favor of Fairy Sure of the Green Jade Immortal Island. It was really enviable. As soon as Chu Heng opened his mouth, Yang Chen immediately understood how he would be known. Presumably, Shi Shanshan was not interested in paying attention to him. It was estimated that among the guys who appeared that day, there were a few admirers of Shi Shanshan. Seeing that Yang Chen was favored by Shi Shanshan, they were naturally unhappy. Since Yang Chen got the body refining pill, if he was lucky, he would have a spiritual root. These young talents did not want a man who might be noticed by Fairy Sure in the future, so it was natural to inform the various sects to pay attention to Yang Chen. This Sun Haijing, it was estimated that he got the instruction from a Taishaman disciple at that time, so he made things difficult everywhere, but he was speechless by Yang Chen, so he could only use Chu Heng. However, if you think that with the care of Fairy Sure, the road of cultivation will be smooth, then it is a big mistake. Chu Heng looked at Yang Chen and said righteously, "My arrangement is to let you know that cultivation is not easy. Only those who have great perseverance and perseverance can succeed. If you can't pass this 10 years of training, then don't blame me for being ruthless. My Chunying Palace Dao, and you are not fated, please join another sect." As soon as these words came out, everyone was silent. It was obvious that he wanted to train you, and he was an inner sect disciple, so no one could say that he was wrong. After all, Yang Chen himself was indeed an executioner, and it was true that he had killed countless people. Coupled with the reason just now, he was afraid that Yang Chen would be complacent because of Fairy Sure's appreciation and hone his perseverance. It was estimated that when it came to the sect leader, it would be such an arrangement. Although Yang Chen had a spiritual root, he was not a genius, who would easily offend an inner sect disciple in the foundation establishment stage for an ordinary outer sect disciple who had not yet started cultivating. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Just as Yang Chen was in a dilemma, Chu Heng spoke again. "In these 10 years, as long as you think you can challenge my good-for-nothing disciple Sun Haijing, you can challenge him. As long as you defeat him, I will exempt you from the rest of your slave time, and you can directly cultivate. What do you think?" Chapter 31. Rather than giving Yang Chen a chance to cultivate in advance, it would be better to say that it was giving Sun Haijing a legitimate reason to abuse Yang Chen. One must know that Sun Haijing had already cultivated for several years, and his current realm was already at the 3rd level of Qi training. Although this aptitude was not considered outstanding, it was more than enough to deal with an ordinary person. In these 10 years, Yang Chen could not cultivate, but Sun Haijing was advancing day by day. This gap could only grow bigger and bigger. The longer Yang Chen delayed the challenge, the smaller the chance of winning. And if Yang Chen did not dare to challenge, then Sun Haijing could use the identity of Yang Chen's servant to find someone or himself to humiliate him, until Yang Chen could not stand it and left. 10 years was enough for Sun Haijing to do a lot of things, and these were done under Chu Heng's instructions. Even if he went too far in one sentence to hone Yang Chen's temperament, everything could be dodged, and people would not even have a reason to object. If Yang Chen could not stand it and left, then naturally he would have completed the task of the Taishaman Marshal Uncle Li. If Yang Chen was not allowed to cultivate, then naturally he would not be able to cross paths with Fairy Sure in the future. If Yang Chen continued to stay, then after 10 years his cultivation would be so bad that it was unknown how bad it would be. Moreover, he could even endure that kind of humiliation. His character could be seen to be weak and easy to bully, so naturally there was no need to worry. This arrangement blocked the censure of everyone, and at the same time it could be considered to have completed the task of a friend, killing many birds with one stone. The only one who would lose was Yongqin. But at this time, who would stand up for Yongqin? After Chu Heng finished his words, he did not wait for Yongqin to answer, but directly turned to the other side and suddenly said, "Senior brother Du, what do you think of junior brother's arrangement?" Everyone's gaze followed the direction of Chu Heng's question. A figure suddenly appeared on the other side. The outer sect disciples in charge of recruiting disciples all bowed and saluted. "Disciples greet Marshal Uncle Du." Yongqin recognized this senior brother. His surname was Du Qian, and he was a disciple of the law enforcement hall of Chunyang Palace. He usually acted righteously, and few people disagreed with him. Logically speaking, as a disciple of the law enforcement hall, he shouldn't have appeared here today. Now that he had appeared, a disciple must have reported to him what had happened here. Moreover, it must be because he equated the executioner with the disciple of the law enforcement hall that piqued his interest. Du Qian only nodded slightly in response to the greetings from the disciples. Then his eyes fell on Yongqin. After a slight turn, he turned back to Chu Heng's face and snorted. "My Chunyang Palace has never had such a rule. Is this a trick you came up with?" "My Chunyang Palace has never had such a rule. However, my Chunyang Palace has never accepted an executioner as a disciple. A mortal has killed thousands of people. Moreover, once he knows that he has Fairy Sure to look after him, he will become arrogant. That is not a blessing for cultivation. A little practice is also for his own good." Chu Heng laughed and did not care about senior brother Du's attitude. "Even in front of Fairy Sure, I will arrange it like this. I am afraid that Fairy Sure herself can't say no. Even if he wants to practice, it should be arranged by his master. I am afraid that it is not appropriate for junior brother Chu to do this." Du Qian frowned, but he could not do anything about Chu Heng. He could only try to find some omissions. "Today, I am responsible for recruiting disciples. He has just joined Chunyang Palace and has not been formally apprenticed to a master. Naturally, I can handle it." Chu Heng smiled and gently blocked Du Qian's doubts. After that, he turned to Yongqin and asked again, "Yongqin, are you willing?" "If I am not willing, what should I do?" Yongqin did not answer directly, but asked a question. "If you are not willing, it means that you have a jumpy temperament and are not fated with my Chunyang Palace. Please find another place." In fact, Chu Heng had already asked this question once, but he was not tired of it and asked it again. "If a disciple challenges senior brother Sun, no matter what the result is, should I first punish him for the crime of harming a fellow disciple?" Yongqin thought for a while and asked again. Chu Heng smiled and did not answer directly. Instead, he turned to Du Qian and said with a smile, "Senior brother Du is a member of the law enforcement hall. You should believe his words." Du Qian was a disciple of the law enforcement hall, so he was naturally the most qualified to speak in this regard. After a moment of silence, Du Qian was not bashful. Even if he did not like Chu Heng's behavior, he did not speak against his conscience. He replied loudly, "Since there is a prior agreement, it naturally does not count as harming a fellow disciple. Can I ask for help during the challenge?" Yongqin asked again with a smile. "Of course not. The challenge is a matter between two people. Even if I lose, I have to lose fair and square." Chu Heng seemed to be very proud of the trick he came up with. He answered Yongqin's question patiently. This is how it is to hone one's temperament. Don't think about opportunistic tricks. What if he's injured? Yongqin's expression became solemn. It seemed that he wanted to ask all the possibilities clearly before taking action. That's a pity. You can only blame yourself for not being skilled enough. You can't blame others. Chu Heng smiled again. He was in a very good mood, and his answer was also very straightforward. But don't worry. It is just a duel between fellow disciples. It may be possible to injure the tendons and break the bones, but it will not be life-threatening. What do you say, senior brother Du? Du Qian was now unable to express further support for Yangqin. He could only nod on this. When you challenge, let me know, I will be there. At least, I can guarantee your life. Thank you, senior Uncle Du. Yangqin could naturally distinguish between good and bad. After thanking Du Qian, he turned to Chu Heng and asked again, I will be a slave for 10 years. From now on, for the next 10 years, I can challenge senior brother Sun Haijing at any time. As long as I can defeat senior brother Sun, I can begin to cultivate under his tutelage. Isn't that right, senior Uncle Chu? Yangqin had already referred to Sun Haijing as senior brother, and Chu Heng and Du Qian as senior uncle. Chu Heng had just said these words to Yangqin, so Chu Heng naturally acknowledged it. He nodded and said nothing. I challenge senior brother Sunday. This is a one-on-one challenge. No one can interfere, much less help. If I am injured, it is because I am not skilled enough. It is very likely that my tendons and bones will be injured, but it will not be life-threatening. Master Chu, is it like this? Yangqin once again asked the question that Chu Heng had just answered. This time, Chu Heng nodded again. Then, I agree with senior Uncle Chu's decision. Yangqin bowed to Chu Heng and Du Qian, then walked up to Sun Haijing. Senior brother Sun, I, Yangqin, challenge you. Please enlighten me. Chapter 32. No one would have thought that Yangqin would challenge Sun Haijing at this time. Almost all the people who heard Yangqin's words widened their eyes and opened their mouths. A mortal challenging a cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi practitioner. If he was not crazy, then he was a fool. Yangqin looked very normal. He was neither crazy nor stupid. No one expected him to do such a thing. On the other hand, Chu Heng and Du Qian nodded inwardly at Yangqin's challenge at this time. It seemed that Yangqin was doing something impossible, but at this time, he had the greatest chance of winning. If this was in the future and Sun Haijing continued to improve while Yangqin could not cultivate and could only stay where he was, then the chances of winning would become smaller and smaller. But nodding was one thing. Chu Heng still looked down on Yangqin's overestimating himself. Seeing Sun Haijing look over, Chu Heng nodded slightly and did not say anything. Since Sun Haijing had received the order, he naturally no longer had any scruples. In any case, it was Yangqin's challenge. His master had said very clearly that Yangqin had personally asked. If he did not break Yangqin's tendons and bones, then it would be a waste of his master's appearance. Stretching his arms and legs in an exaggerated manner, Sun Haijing even deliberately cracked his neck. In any case, at his level, controlling the joints of his body was a simple matter. But this action brought with it a sense of cruelty. At the very least, there were already a few outer sect disciples at the side who slightly turned their heads away, not wanting to watch. Leisurely walking to one side of the open space, Sun Haijing took out a 15-ton seal from his cosmos sack and beckoned at Yangqin with his other hand, indicating for him to come forward. Against a mortal, Sun Haijing had 200% confidence. With just one 15-ton seal, he would be able to make it difficult for Yangqin to move, and then he would be at his mercy. In this kind of situation, if he had to use more magic power, then it would be too embarrassing. Sun Haijing could afford to lose face, but Chu Heng probably could not. Yangqin stepped forward and slowly walked in front of Sun Haijing. He had already thought of how to deal with Sun Haijing. In his previous life, the Bright Moon Hall had always been competing with the Scorching Sun Hall. In the end, it was the people from the Bright Moon Hall who betrayed his master to the Taishaman, causing his master to commit suicide out of hatred. In this life, it was the people from the Bright Moon Hall who had colluded with the Taishaman to scheme against him. He would not let Sun Haijing off so easily. Senior brother, be careful, I'm going to make my move. Before he made his move, Yangqin even gave a polite greeting. On the opposite side, Sun Haijing laughed out loud and gestured contemptuously. "Junior Martial Brother Yangqin, bring it on!" He had already changed the way he addressed Yangqin to Junior Martial Brother Yang, as if he already had Yangqin in his grasp. Yangqin's expression turned solemn, and a chilling aura erupted from Yangqin's body. The expressions of the surrounding people all changed, and the air seemed to be a little chilly. How many people did he have to kill to accumulate such a murderous aura? Chu Heng did not care about the murderous aura erupting from Yang Chen's body at all. He snorted coldly, as if to remind Du Qian, who was next to him, what kind of person Yang Chen was. The surrounding people only felt a strong wave of murderous aura and felt a little chilly, but Sun Haijing, who bore the brunt of it, did not feel the same way. In Sun Haijing's eyes, it was as if Yang Chen had suddenly transformed into a sea of blood hell, engulfing Sun Haijing in a whoosh. The monstrous, murderous aura seemed to invade Sun Haijing's consciousness, causing him to tremble in fear and collapse. He could not feel anything else. The hand holding the 15-ton talisman involuntarily threw it out, but it did not hit its target at all. Vaguely, Yang Chen leaned slightly to the side and easily dodged it. Afterwards, he rushed forward and fiercely punched Sun Haijing in the face, who was standing there motionless. Bang! The punch, which had been accumulating power for a long time, solidly hit Sun Haijing's nose. Even if Sun Haijing's cultivation was deep in a situation where he did not use his magic power, his body could not withstand such a punch. Blood immediately flowed from his nose, and everything in front of him turned black. Not waiting for Sun Haijing to react from the pain, Yang Chen's other hand had already grabbed Sun Haijing's hand that was manipulating the 15-ton talisman. With the speed of his body, he pulled it back, and then his shoulder leaned on the position of Sun Haijing's elbow. Holding Sun Haijing's elbow and bending his joints, Yang Chen leaned hard. Crack! A bone-chilling sound rang out, and Sun Haijing's hand fell limply to his side, no longer able to move. Sun Haijing could only let out a blood-curdling scream, and the intense pain almost made him faint. Yang Chen did not give way. His body swayed, and he was already at Sun Haijing's other side. This time his target was Sun Haijing's other hand, but Yang Chen first hooked his foot, and with a pull from above, Sun Haijing fell to the ground involuntarily. When he fell, Sun Haijing instinctively used his free hand to prop himself up and immediately caused a burst of pig-like howling. And Yang Chen had already pounced on Sun Haijing's body, pressing down tightly. His knee pressed against Sun Haijing's shoulder, and he pulled Sun Haijing's other hand. With a forceful turn, Sun Haijing's arm was strangely twisted behind his back. To bystanders, it looked like there was an extra crooked bone out of thin air. Both his hands were twisted and broken by Yang Chen, but Sun Haijing was still screaming. Yang Chen did not stop, and ferociously punched Sun Haijing's temples in succession. Bam, 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 bam. The sounds continued without end, and Sun Haijing's voice grew softer and softer. Chu Heng was greatly alarmed. Just as he was about to intervene, a hand suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the smiling Du Qian. "Junior Chu, this is a one-on-one battle. Bystanders cannot interfere. But my disciple is already injured." Chu Heng could not help but shout in panic. The surrounding disciples were all shocked. If he's injured, it's because he's not skilled enough. Don't blame bystanders. And it's inevitable that his tendons and bones will be broken. Junior Chu, you said it yourself. Du Qian still had a smiling expression on his face, but his hand stopped Chu Heng, making it impossible for him to intervene. As he spoke, he used his divine sense to observe the situation and said confidently, "Don't worry, Junior Chu. I guarantee your disciple's life will not be in danger." As he spoke, Yang Chen had already stopped. Sun Haijing's face was covered in blood, and he was already unconscious. Of his two arms, one had been bent at the elbow, and the other had been broken at the base of his upper arm. His temples were a mess, and there were even some broken bones. He was still alive and had not died. Calmly standing up, Yang Chen faced Chu Heng, who was gnashing his teeth in anger. With a slight smile, he saluted and said, "Master Chu, this disciple is untalented. I have already challenged and defeated Senior Sunday. I wonder if Master Chu's previous words still count?" Chapter 33. Chu Heng could only be described as flustered and exasperated. But with Du Qian of the law enforcement hall present, Chu Heng wouldn't dare make a move in front of Du Qian, no matter how bold he was. He could only snort coldly and ignore Yang Chen. He rushed to his disciple and examined his injuries. After a careful examination, Chu Heng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He hurriedly took out a few medicinal pills from his Cosmos pouch and stuffed them into Sun Haijing's mouth. Then he began to clean up Sun Haijing's broken bones. In his haste, he glared at Yang Chen with a venomous look. None of the people present, including Du Qian, had expected such an outcome. Yang Chen, a mere mortal, had challenged Sun Haijing, a disciple at the 3rd level of Qi training, and had won? How was this possible? But with so many people present, it was impossible for them to all be seeing things. They had no choice but to believe what had happened right in front of their eyes. From beginning to end, Yang Chen had fought in the secular way, using his fists to attack at close range. He hadn't used any magic power or cultivation methods. And from beginning to end, Sun Haijing, a disciple at the 3rd level of Qi training, hadn't been able to use any of his cultivation methods even once. The only time he had used a 15-ton talisman, his aim had been too poor, and Yang Chen had easily dodged it. Good skills, good strength. Du Qian had a good impression of Yang Chen, who had voluntarily leaned toward the law enforcement hall. But it was only a good impression and nothing more. It wasn't enough for him to fall out with Chu Heng for Yang Chen's sake. But he couldn't help but sigh in admiration at Yang Chen's series of methods. Yang Chen's own advantages had been displayed to the fullest. From releasing his murderous aura to affecting Sun Haijing's mind, to mercilessly interrupting Sun Haijing's technique, to breaking Sun Haijing's arm, to finally knocking him out, Yang Chen had done it all in one go. Even Du Qian couldn't help but sigh in admiration at this. Du Qian's praise came from the bottom of his heart. If he was in Yang Chen's shoes, even Du Qian could not guarantee that he could defeat Sun Haijing smoothly. Not only had Yang Chen done it, but he had also done it beautifully. Naturally, he had to praise him sincerely. Yang Chen, on the other hand, seemed to be unwilling to let it go, but it looked more like he was giving Chu Heng a tight slap on the face. While Chu Heng was treating Sun Haijing, Yang Chen kept asking, "Martial Uncle Chu, can I start cultivating and no longer need to be a servant for another 10 years? Martial Uncle Chu, do you mean what I said just now?" Seeing that Sun Haijing only had a fractured arm, a fractured skull, and a few external injuries, Chu Heng finally felt relieved. Hearing Yang Chen's incessant questions, Chu Leng almost went berserk on the spot. Fortunately, he still remembered that there was a law enforcement hall disciple beside him, so he didn't dare to be too rash and could only brace himself and nod. "That's right. You've already defeated Sun Haijing, so you can naturally start cultivating." As he spoke, he forcefully clenched his teeth and forced himself not to explode. It took a long time for him to calm down. Opportunistic. I hope you'll have such good luck next time. Chu Heng once again coldly snorted, picked up his heavily injured disciple, and quickly left the mountain gate. Martial Uncle is too kind. This disciple only has some brute force. It can't be said to be luck. It really can't be said to be. Yang Chen loudly said these overly modest words to the already departing Chu Heng, causing Chu Heng's figure to pause for a moment and then quickly disappear. "How did you dodge Sun Haijing's imminent seal?" Du Qian was interested in this. A imminent seal cast by a 3rd-layer Qi refining expert had actually been dodged by Immortal. How could many cultivators endure this? Thus, Du Qian was very curious as to how Yang Chen had done it. I didn't dodge, martial uncle Du. Yang Chen stood in front of Du Qian and honestly replied. You didn't dodge? Du Qian unconsciously repeated it first, but he suddenly realized something and asked in shock, You didn't dodge? Do you know how heavy it is after being struck by an imminent seal? I don't know, martial uncle. Yang Chen smiled, then immediately replied, But since it's called an imminent seal, it should have a weight of 1,000 caddies, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to crush senior apprentice brother's son to the ground, right? Du Qian didn't know what to say. Sun Haijing's defeat was too unjust. First, he was intimidated by Yang Chen's murderous aura. He thought that the imminent seal would be enough to suppress Yang Chen, but Yang Chen nonchalantly received it and even pressed it onto his body. It was equivalent to him bearing the weight of the imminent seal and Yang Chen. Originally, Du Qian was curious. Sun Haijing's third layer refining cultivation should be stronger than a mortal like Yang Chen, right? He didn't expect this to be the reason. No wonder Sun Haijing's arm was broken so easily. It turned out to be like this. However, Yang Chen being so merciless was quite in line with Du Qian's temperament. Since he was going to make a move, he shouldn't hold back. It was the best strategy to get rid of the enemy cleanly. Looking around, Du Qian found that the selection of outer sect disciples had stopped. All the disciples in the Qi refining stage were looking at him, waiting for the instructions of the person with the highest seniority on the scene. Continue with your work. Du Qian waved his hand and said indifferently, recruiting outer sect disciples was not his responsibility. He just heard that Chu Heng was making things difficult for someone, so he specially came out to take a look. Now that the matter had been resolved, there was naturally no need to stay here. Everyone loudly agreed and began to get busy, but no one paid attention to Yang Chen. Du Qian saw this, but did not say anything more. He just said to Yang Chen meaningfully, You are already an outer sect disciple of my Chunying Palace. In the future, behave yourself. Without Du Qian's reminder, Yang Chen also saw the situation of the disciples around him. If they were a little unwilling to see Chu Heng and his disciples suppress Yang Chen at the beginning, then when Yang Chen beat Sun Haijing so ruthlessly, it probably caused some displeasure in them. People were such a strange thing. When they found that people like them bullied the weak, they would sympathize with the weak. But once they found that the weak still resisted, and even resisted successfully, it directly hit their sense of superiority, and their view of the weak immediately changed. This was the truth. If everyone was like Yang Chen, wouldn't they no longer have the joy of being a senior brother? At this time, they just didn't pay much attention to Yang Chen, who knew what would happen after they entered the sect. Yang Chen didn't care. In order to be apprenticed to his master again, Yang Chen would not care even if it was a mountain of knives or a sea of fire. Why should he be afraid of a group of small outer sect disciples? He would gladly endure thousands of hardships. Master, wait for me. I have entered Chunying Palace and will soon be apprenticed. Chapter 34. The verification of spiritual roots was very fast. It only took one day for more than 2,000 people to complete the verification. There were only more than 20 people who had spiritual roots. These people, including Yang Chen, were all accepted as outer sect disciples by Chunying Palace. More than 20 newly accepted outer sect disciples were led by an inner sect disciple. Along the winding mountain road, they entered Meiqing Mountain. After almost a dozen miles of mountain road, before the night came, they came to a manor halfway up the mountain. This is where you will live and cultivate for a long time. The disciple who led the way took them to a hall and said to everyone, You wait here. Someone will come to arrange your life. Whether you can join the inner sect in the future depends on your own luck. After that, he ignored the crowd and left straight away. More than 20 people looked at each other and stood in the same place. Except for Yang Chen, all of them were at a loss. Yang Chen stood quietly by himself, but his mind was recalling the dribs and drabs that had happened in this villa. When he first joined Chunyang Palace, he spent 3 years in this villa from the beginning. Yang Qin had almost no impression of these people who came with him. There was no other way. Every year, each sect would find some people with spiritual roots and accept them as outer sect disciples. However, not everyone with spiritual roots could cultivate successfully. Even many people had been ruthlessly eliminated in the first stage. These people, except for Yang Qin, had all been eliminated that year. It was very normal that Yang Qin had no impression of them. Looking for a seat in the hall and sitting down, Yang Qin began to wait quietly. As for the other new disciples, they all stood cautiously in this new environment, feeling uneasy. Not to mention sitting down, not even a single one of them moved. Compared with Yang Qin, they were a group of children who had not seen the world. After a while, a person who looked like an old manager appeared in the hall, followed by 2 strong servants. Yang Qin didn't even raise his head. He was too familiar with this old general manager. In his previous life, for 3 years, it was this old general manager who took care of his life. He didn't even need to introduce himself. After the old general manager came in, he saw the people standing on the ground and saw Yang Qin sitting leisurely, his brows slightly wrinkled, and then immediately stretched out. This old man is Shangguan Feng, the head steward of Yishio Manor. I will also be your steward for the next 3 years. The old steward introduced himself. In the future, no matter what requests you have in life, you can ask me directly. Thank you, General Manager Shangguan. You've worked hard. Yang Qin listened to Shangguan Feng. Then he stood up and cupped his hands toward Shangguan Feng. Only then did the others come to their senses. They followed suit and began to express their gratitude to Shangguan Feng. Of course, they couldn't easily offend the steward who would be in charge of their lives in the future. Shangguan Feng enjoyed it very much. At first glance, he took a fancy to Yang Qin's cleverness and respect for him. However, although he enjoyed it, he felt slightly regretful in his heart. This time, it was clear that the higher-ups wanted to mess with Yang Qin. If he had been so clever, why did he have to offend Marshal Uncle Chu Hung at the beginning of the disciple recruitment? In the next 3 years, you will live in this Yishio Manor. Here, you will learn to read and write, observe astronomy and geography, and learn to practice medicine. After 3 years, you can participate in the formal selection and become the real outer sect disciples of my Chunyang Palace. Shangguan Feng almost went straight to the point and said what everyone had to do in Yishio Manor. Hearing Shangguan Feng's words, the new disciples began to discuss. Finally, a bold person carefully asked, "Steward, are we not the real outer sect disciples now?" "Haha, you just have spiritual roots and have the qualifications to be a disciple. You can't be called a disciple yet." Shangguan Feng laughed and explained to everyone, "These 3 years are for you to lay a good foundation and choose a good direction of cultivation. At least in 3 years, you can cultivate to the first level of qi refining, and then you can become the real outer sect disciples." Those who had spiritual roots did not necessarily receive a good education. Like Yang Qin, he had been born in a farmer's family since he was a child. He had to learn to read here. If he didn't even know how to read, how could he understand the secret books of cultivation? As for astronomy, geography, medicine, it was to lay a foundation for refining elixirs and weapons in the future. Refining elixirs required knowledge of medicinal herbs, and refining weapons required knowledge of materials. With this, everyone understood and no longer asked, but there was a sense of worry and urgency in their hearts. They thought that they could join the Immortal sect with spiritual roots and soar to the sky from then on, but they didn't expect that they only had the qualifications. Hearing that in 3 years they not only had to lay a foundation, but also had to cultivate to the first level of qi refining, everyone couldn't help but feel anxious. "What if you haven't reached that level by then?" someone asked timidly. "The cultivation method of my Chunyang Palace cannot be passed on easily. If you can't reach it, Then you can be a servant in this Ishio villa for a lifetime. Shangguan Feng's voice was cold, adding a chill to everyone's heart. But their eyes were all looking at the two strong servants behind Shangguan Feng. There's no need to look. The two of them didn't pass 10 years ago. Chief Steward Shangguan seemed to know what they were thinking. He reminded them and then ordered, "It's late today. After eating, you should settle down first. Starting tomorrow, someone will naturally take you to do what you need to do." As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and more than 20 strong servants appeared silently around the hall. The number was exactly the same as the number of new disciples in the hall. Each of you choose a servant. He will be responsible for taking care of your life. Shangguan Feng pointed around, letting everyone choose freely. While everyone was still looking at each other, Chief Steward Shangguan turned to Yang Qin, who was sitting down. Yang Qin, Martial Uncle Chu, said that since you've already defeated a disciple in the 3rd level of qi refining, then you're qualified to cultivate the cultivation method of the 3rd level of qi refining. In the future, you can enjoy all the treatment that an outer sect disciple should have in Ishio Villa. Yang Qin was stunned. He was allowed to enjoy the treatment of an outer sect disciple at this time? One should know that outer sect disciples could be apprenticed to an inner sect disciple. Would Chu Hung be so kind? I'm already an outer sect disciple. Yang Qin asked with a frown. He didn't have the ecstasy that others thought he would have. I'm just enjoying the treatment of an outer sect disciple. Shangguan Feng explained with a smile. He then directly pointed out the crux of the matter. Since you've already defeated a disciple in the 3rd level of qi refining, then presumably no one in this Ishio villa is qualified to give you pointers in cultivation. You're on your own. Chapter 35. With Shangguan Feng's explanation, Yang Qin finally understood why Chu Hung promoted him to such a high position. It turned out that he had such a vicious intention. Since Yang Qin was already treated as a 3rd layer qi refining disciple, the guys in charge of teaching the new disciples in Ishio Villa would naturally not give any guidance to Yang Qin. You're already in the 3rd layer qi refining realm. What's the point of learning these inferior beginners? If Yang Qin was still the same as in his previous life, he wouldn't be able to pass the test of literacy, let alone other things. If he can't even read words, can't understand all the secret manuals, and doesn't know anything about yin and yang and the 5 elements of heaven and earth, how can he cultivate to be an immortal? Not to mention 3 years, even if it's 30 years, he'll just be a mediocre mortal. Chu Heng's purpose couldn't be clearer. He wanted Yang Qin to no longer be able to stand out in Ishio Villa and no longer be able to go further on the road of cultivation. In this way, not only would he complete someone's entrustment, but as long as Sun Haijing's injury got better and he practiced for a few years, he could easily torture Yang Qin to death. Even if he didn't want Yang Qin to die at that time, Yang Qin had already been demoted to a servant. Naturally, he could humiliate him as much as he wanted. As an old saying goes, 10 years is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. The life of an immortal cultivator was longer, so he had plenty of time to make Yang Qin regret for the rest of his life. Yang Qin knew that Shangguan Feng, the supervisor of Ishio Villa, was an expert at the peak of the qi refining realm. However, because he was too old, it seemed that it was unlikely for him to go further, so he served as the supervisor of Ishio Villa. Although he was called the supervisor, he was actually the master of the villa, responsible for teaching the new disciples of Chunyang Palace every year. As a disciple of the inner sect of the foundation building realm, Chu Heng's instructions were naturally not disobeyed by Shanghai Feng. Now, Yang Qin remembered that it seemed that when he joined Chunyang Palace in his previous life, Chu Heng was also a training disciple. Unexpectedly, as soon as he joined the Chunyang Palace, he had offended the training disciple of the inner mountain. However, Chu Heng had never expected that Yang Qin did not need these basic knowledge at all. He did not even need more advanced pointers. The reason why he insisted on joining Chunyang Palace was that he wanted to be a disciple of his master again and fulfill his long-cherished wish. After hearing Shang Guanfeng's words, Yang Chen's expression didn't even change. He slowly stood up and thanked Shang Guanfeng again. Then he walked to the side of the hall and pointed at a servant who seemed to be in his 40s. He was the oldest servant here and followed him away. Shang Guanfeng watched Yang Chen walk away, but he was secretly happy in his heart. However, he just shook his head slightly and sighed without saying anything. Following the servant, they took a few turns on a long bridge over the water before arriving at a refined abode. In the refined abode, there were already 3 servants, 2 women, and 1 man waiting. When they saw Yang Chen coming, they all saluted and greeted him. "My name is Yang Chen. You can call me whatever you like." Yang Chen did not stand on ceremony with them. These servants were eliminated by the former disciples. They looked young, but they were all cultivators. It was just that their realms were relatively low and they could not become real disciples. However, it was certain that they all had skills to maintain their youthful looks. They looked far younger than their real age. The 4 servants did not dare to neglect. They saluted again and called him Young Master Yang. Yang Chen had enjoyed this kind of address in his manner for at least half a year. He did not feel uncomfortable at all and accepted it with peace of mind. After eating and settling down, Yang Chen lay in the bedroom, which was more luxurious than the bedroom in his manor. He closed his eyes and rested peacefully, but his spiritual awareness had already shrouded the entire refined abode without disturbing anyone. The strong servants didn't rest. In a small room in the outer room, the strong servant who led the way told them about what happened in the hall. The servants seemed to be very happy and smiled. "Such a master, we don't seem to have to serve him. Anyway, he will become one of us in a few years." Another servant smiled and said what everyone was thinking. Although the others did not say anything, they all nodded silently. When Yang Chen heard the scene, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he no longer cared about these people. He lay down with peace of mind, made a sleeping posture, and began to cultivate the 3 purities secret art. It was worthy of being the cultivation method of the old Lord, especially for the training of spiritual awareness. Even in the lying position, he could still practice it any time and anywhere. This was the only method that Yang Chen could practice anytime and anywhere. For other cultivation methods, even if it was the cultivation method of the Golden Immortal, he still had to meditate honestly. The night was peaceful. After getting up in the morning, Yang Chen enjoyed a delicious breakfast while listening to the servant who led the way talking about the arrangements in the manor. The servant was named Shinda. He originally had a spiritual root, but he was unlucky. In 3 years and 2 months, he only entered the first level of the Qi refining stage. He had been demoted to a servant for 10 years. In the past 10 years, in addition to doing what a servant should do, Shinda was constantly cultivating, hoping that he could break through the foundation stage and rejoin the inner sect disciples. The rules of Chunyang Palace were not rigid. Anyway, as long as one could successfully build the foundation stage, he would be accepted as an inner sect disciple. In fact, not only Shinda, but all the servants in the manor had the same idea. While serving these new disciples, he was also refining himself, looking forward to one day becoming a master of the foundation stage and truly joining Chunyang Palace. All of this was experienced by Shinda himself, so it was naturally clear and logical. Yang Chen knew this better than Shinda, but he still listened to his introduction patiently. Then he waved his hand and ordered Shinda to take him around. As soon as he stepped into the Hanlin Pavilion, where the disciples were taught to read and write, there was a person who looked like a master teaching a group of young people. Seeing Yang Chen and then Shinda, the master suddenly stood up and bowed to Yang Chen. "Senior brother Yang, you have come to the Hanlin Pavilion. Do you want to give some advice to these junior brothers? Senior brother, please take a seat." All the disciples who were reading also stopped, stood up and bowed to Yang Chen. "Senior brother Yang, good day." Yang Chen smiled bitterly and waved to everyone, motioning for them to continue. He could only turn around and leave. He went to several places in a row. No matter if it was medicine, astronomy, or geography, no matter what the disciples who were studying were doing, when they saw Yang Chen, they all stood up and bowed to him respectfully, calling him senior brother. However, no one was willing to let Yang Chen sit down and listen to anything. These people were so polite that Yang Chen could not get angry even if he wanted to. All of them were like this for the whole morning. Yang Chen took Shinda back to his own abode, sat down on a chair lazily, and ordered loudly, "Shinda, bring me lunch." "Young Master Yang, lunch is in the kitchen. Go and get it yourself." Shinda suddenly sneered and said loudly. Then he turned around and left. Chapter 36. An evil servant bullying his master. A typical example of an evil servant bullying his master. As soon as he saw Yang Chen's encounter at Ishio Villa in the morning, Shindo immediately knew Yang Chen's status and even knew Yang Chen's fate. Naturally, he would no longer treat Yang Chen as a young master. "Shinda, do you think that with Chu Heng's instructions, I won't be able to stand out in Ishio Villa anymore?" Yang Chen did not seem surprised by Shinda's performance at all. He still had a lazy look on his face as he crossed one leg over the armrest of the armchair and asked sloppily, "Young Master Yang." Shinda turned around and looked at Yang Chen with a faint smile. "For the sake of the rules, I'll still call you young master for the time being. 15 years ago, I was also at your age and felt that I had extraordinary talent because of my spiritual roots. But now I'm just a servant. However, I'm sure that in 3 years, you'll be the same as me, but your status will be lower than mine." "What do you mean by that?" Yang Chen still had that lazy tone as he asked. "Without anyone to guide you, young Master Yang, what do you think you can do?" Shinda sneered. "Do you think that by relying on you to defeat senior brother Sun when he was unprepared, you can really do whatever you want in Ishio Villa? At best, you're just a peasant with a bit of brute force. In 3 years, you'll be my subordinate. Do you still dare to ask me to serve you food? Do the others think the same?" Yang Chen did not even ask for the names of the male and female servants from yesterday. He just used the others to replace them. "That's right, young Master Yang." The other 3 servants came out from the small hall at some point and stood next to Shinda. Another male servant smiled and replied, "However, in order to comply with the rules of the villa, we'll still call you young Master Yang. However, young Master Yang will have to take care of your daily life by yourself." Immediately after, a female servant beside him said, "It'll be good for you in the future if you get used to it in advance." Of course, it would be impolite of us to refuse young Master Yang's use cases. We will enjoy them for young Master Yang. The smile on the last maid's face became even wider, like a blooming flower. Shengguan Zongguan has instructed that all of young Master Yang's use cases are to be given to disciples at the 3rd layer of qi refining. We just happen to be at the 3rd layer of qi refining, so perhaps these things can help us advance to the 4th layer. The 4 of them spoke one after another, as if they had already discussed it. Not only did they want to take Yang Chen's things for themselves, but they also wanted Yang Chen to take care of himself. At least these people knew their place and didn't let Yang Chen serve them instead. Since even Chu Heng and Shangguan Feng are so strict with the rules, if Chu Heng wants to deal with me, a mere mortal, who'll have to tamper with the rules, Yang Chen said lazily, "Could it be that you are more powerful than Shangguan Feng? Stronger than Chu Heng? By doing this, aren't you afraid of breaking the rules?" After he finished speaking, the expressions of the male and female servants changed greatly. However, Yang Chen still didn't finish his words. "Even Chu Heng and Shangguan Feng have to put on airs to make everyone speechless. But you guys are good. You don't even bother to put on airs. There's nothing wrong with being with a red head and a white head. But because you guys are so immersed in cultivation, have your brains gone stupid?" Yang Chen's body didn't even move, but it made Shinda and the other 3 servants sweat profusely, unable to say a single word. Looking at this scene, Yang Chen sneered in his heart. Do I need to say these words to Shangguan Feng? Young Master Yang, it's just a joke. Shenda suddenly smiled. We were just casually talking. We didn't really want to do anything. According to the rules, a joke can't be considered right or wrong, right? According to the rules? Yang Chen coldly snorted, his voice suddenly more than doubled. According to the rules, even if my lunch is on the side of my mouth, when I want you to bring it to me, you have to pick it up for me. Even if you have to make a show of walking around in a circle before bringing it to my mouth. Talking to me about the rules? In front of Yang Qin, who had just joined the Chunying Palace, the 4 third-level Qi refining servants didn't dare to move. They lowered their heads and kept quiet out of fear, none of them daring to raise their heads. The faces of the 4 people were all deathly pale, as if they had lost their vitality. I, as a person, really like people like you, who speak your mind and speak your mind. Seeing the attitude of the 4 servants, Yang Chen nodded his head, put down his crossed legs from the armrest, and sat up straight. At least you are much better than those fellows with honeyed mouths and daggers in their hearts, and 10,000 times better than those fellows who nominally asked me to be a 3rd-level Qi refining disciple, but in reality didn't help me at all. Seeing that Yang Chen suddenly changed his tone, the 4 servants were a little surprised, but they were even more uncertain. They looked at each other a few times, and then their gazes once again fell on Yang Chen. I appreciate your frankness. Yang Chen's words made the group of servants not know what he wanted to do, but Yang Chen didn't care about their thoughts. Now I can give you a chance to win what you just said. What chance? Shinda hastily asked loudly. If Yang Chen told Shangguan Feng, the 4 of them absolutely wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. The sect rules were the sect rules, and they also applied to them, the servants. Since Yang Chen said he was giving them a chance, Shinda definitely didn't want to miss it. The 4 of you defeat me. Yang Chen stood up, beckoned to the 4 servants, and directly walked into the small courtyard of the house. It doesn't matter if you fight one-on-one or all at once. As long as you defeat me, I'll pretend nothing happened. In the future, you don't need to worry about me, and the portion you gave me will all belong to you. Are you serious? Shen Da's expression became happy, and he hurriedly asked. If Yang Chen didn't mention it, even if Shangguan Feng found out, he wouldn't be able to punish them. Moreover, this was for senior brother-son, so Martial Uncle Chu would be even happier. Of course. Yang Chen's face revealed a smile. What benefit would I get from lying to you servants? Looking at Yang Chen's serious expression, it definitely didn't seem like he was faking it. Shinda turned his head to look at the other servants, and the 4 of them suddenly revealed a smile. This is what you said. Presumably, even if Chief Steward Shangguan knows, he can't blame us for breaking the rules. Right, Sir Chief Steward? Of course. At some unknown time, Shangguan Feng's figure suddenly appeared at the top of Yang Chen's house, smiling. Everything that young Master Yang said just now, I heard it all. Since young Master Yang wants to exchange pointers with you, it naturally doesn't count as breaking the rules. Shinda already had a sinister smile on his face, and just as he was about to make a move, Shangguan Feng suddenly interrupted. Shinda, young Master Yang asked you to come together. You can't not listen to young Master Yang's words. Chapter 37. Yang Chen was not surprised that Shanghai Feng appeared at this time. An expert at the peak of the Qi refining stage could definitely spread his divine sense to the entire Yishio manor. Even if there was any movement in the manor, it could not escape the detection of his divine sense. Not to mention that Yang Chen was the focus of attention. It would be strange if he did not keep an eye on him all the time. However, he came out at this time instead of when Shinda and the others broke the rules at the beginning. Especially when the first sentence he said was to remind the 4 servants to attack together. This was not good news for Yang Chen. The actual ruler of Yishio Manor had such an attitude. So Shinda and the others naturally knew what to do. In any case, Yang Chen said that it was fine to fight alone or together, but he did not say what would happen if he won. Shanghai Feng naturally wanted to seize this slip of the tongue, and end the battle first. Anyway, Yang Qin did not mention that if he won, he won. Shinda and the others would at most serve him obediently. What else could they do? Shinda and the others had the support of Shanghai Feng, so their courage increased. The four of them immediately rushed forward and surrounded Yang Chen. Yang Chen did not even look at them. He just stared at Shanghai Feng and suddenly asked with a smile, "Do you also want to join in the fun?" "Not at all." Shanghai Feng shook his head slightly and said with a smile, "I am just acting as a witness. The head did not let me attack the new disciple." Although he said that, Yang Chen understood that Shanghai Feng was an expert at the peak of the qi refining stage. It was simply an insult for him to attack a mortal. Moreover, as long as he made a move, the crime of bullying the weak and killing his fellow disciples would be established. Although Yixiu Manor was not big, there were more than 1 or 2 inner sect disciples paying attention to this place. It wasn't a big deal for juniors to exchange pointers together, but Shanghai Feng absolutely couldn't interfere. In any case, for third-layer qi refining disciples against one Yang Chen, if they couldn't even deal with this, then Shinda and the others deserved to be under Yang Chen. They were slaves to begin with, and they couldn't beat them. How could they hope for an outer or inner sect disciple to stand up for a few slaves? With Shangguan Feng's words, Yang Chen no longer paid attention to him. Instead, he slowly turned around and looked at the servants. He smiled and raised his hands. In front of the 4 people, he slowly curled his fingers and clenched them into 2 fists. He raised his chin and gestured to Shinda, telling him to bring it on. The first to make a move was not Shinda, but a maid behind Yang Chen. A paper talisman suddenly ignited, and soon after, the small courtyard was immediately engulfed in a thick cloud of smoke. Shanghai Feng watched from above and slightly nodded his head. These slaves were much smarter than Sun Haijing. They didn't aim to deal with the enemy in one move, but instead used this method to interfere with Yang Chen's vision. The slaves all had divine sense, so this bit of smoke naturally wouldn't hinder their attacks. However, Yang Chen's vision was directly restricted. This wasn't all. This talisman's original name was Illusion Talisman. It had a strong hallucinogenic effect. As long as ordinary people were enveloped by this smoke, they would naturally have some hallucinations. These hallucinations could also change according to the master's thoughts, interfering with the mind. It was the most powerful talisman. The stronger the master's cultivation, the more powerful the talisman technique would be. Within the smoke, there was already a ghostly wailing sound, as if countless vengeful spirits were entangling Yang Chen. It was the maid who knew that Yang Chen used to be an executioner, so she specially made a vengeful spirit illusion talisman. In the pervading smoke, Yang Chen's figure didn't move. His eyes seemed to see these vengeful spirits. However, Yang Chen's face didn't change at all. He just coldly snorted, "Humph, insignificant skill. When you are alive, I can cut off your head with a knife. Do you think I will be afraid when you are dead? Disperse from me." With a shout, the maid who controlled the illusion talisman suddenly trembled, as if she was shocked by something. The illusion talisman was frightening, so naturally, it also had divine sense spread within it. After being shouted by Yang Chen, it seemed that her divine sense was disturbed. Not only did she fail to frighten people, but her mind was also shaken. Hoo-hoo! Almost silently, 2 fireballs from both sides overbearingly flew from the smoke towards Yang Chen. It was also a talisman technique attack. It seemed as if Yang Chen had eyes on both sides. His body suddenly twisted, and he punched with both fists. Each of his fists accurately pounded on the top of the fireballs that were flying towards him. Bang bang, 2 explosions sounded almost at the same time. The 2 fireballs exploded, but they didn't injure Yang Chen in the slightest. They only made his fists look a lot blacker. Just as he finished these 2 actions, a fierce wind sound suddenly came from the top of Yang Chen's head. A big stick as thick as an arm smashed down on his head. The sound of the wind was enough to make a person tremble. This was Shin Da's method. It was an eyebrow iron stick. Although it wasn't a magic tool, it was still very heavy. Shin Da also made a few 15-ton charms on it. When he held it in his hand, it still had a normal weight. However, when it was smashed down, it had a force of several thousand jin. Even if it was an iron ingot, Shinda was confident that he could smash it into a discus. Shang Guanfeng closed his eyes and used his divine sense to observe everything that was happening below. He had helped Shinda's stick before, so he naturally knew what kind of effect it had. Just as he was thinking that this stick would end the contest, he suddenly opened his eyes wide in the next moment and looked down in disbelief. In the small courtyard of the house, Yang Chen actually only stretched out a hand and grabbed the other end of the stick that was smashing down fiercely. Shin Da's stick, which had always been full of confidence, suddenly stopped just like that. The force of several thousand jin directly made a muffled sound, but Yang Chen's figure didn't move at all, as if that huge force didn't affect his body at all. Shin Da's eyes were even wider. He had never encountered such a situation before. Even in the spars of everyone in Ishio Manor, no one could use brute force to receive this stick of his. At most, they would use skillful force to draw it to the side, or simply use other methods to deal with it. But now, Yang Chen actually used one hand to receive this stick of his that had accumulated strength. How could Shinda not be extremely shocked? However, this instant of shock immediately gave Yang Chen an opportunity. His right hand that was grabbing the end of the stick shouted, "Let go of me!" Under the intense struggle, Shinda, together with the stick, was directly pulled forward by an irresistible force. Immediately after, Shinda's divine sense saw that Yang Chen made an action of swinging his fist at an incomparably fast speed. The action could be seen very clearly, but his body seemed to be disobedient. He only made an action of wanting to dodge, but Yang Chen's fist had already solidly smashed onto Shinda's face. So, Shinda's body directly turned a few circles in the air and then directly hit the wall of the house. With a plop, Shinda's body fell softly at the foot of the wall and didn't move. Chapter 38. In the probing of Shanghai Feng's spiritual awareness, Yang Chen only used one hand and grabbed the head of Shin Da's staff. Shin Da's iron staff was heavy. Shanghai Feng was very clear his own strength plus the strength of the 15-ton talisman. He was afraid that it was no less than 3,000 to 5,000 jin, but Yang Chen actually stood in the same place and grabbed it. It was really amazing. Now, Shanghai Feng no longer believed that Sun Haijing was defeated by Yang Chen because of his carelessness. Just based on this strength, Sun Haijing used the 15-ton talisman at that time was a huge mistake. Even if he was not shocked by Yang Chen's murderous spirit, he was not his opponent, unless he could use other means. It was just that, at that time, as long as he was hit by Yang Chen's fist, he would directly faint. Where would he have other means? Don't look at Sun Haijing, Shinda. They were already at the third layer of the qi refining stage, even though the spiritual power could already regulate the body. But compared to Yang Chen's body that had been washed by the life essence of the immortals, there was still a big difference. The specific strength, even Yang Chen himself did not have a clear concept. But these few 15-ton talismans, plus an iron staff, Yang Chen would not care about it. The iron staff in Yang Chen's hands began to swing wildly. Yang Chen did not have any moves, just the simplest swing of the iron staff into a circle, around the body, buzzing. The pervasive smoke seemed to be stirred by this huge force, began to show signs of slowly dissipating. The other 3 servants were shocked. The maid who controlled the magic talisman hurriedly took out a silk belt, which was painted with a variety of patterns. It seemed that the maid cherished this silk belt very much, but the situation in front of her was not up to her. Her hand pinched a seal, and the silk belt immediately flew up. The silk belt, like a poisonous snake out of its hole, quickly wrapped around Yang Chen, and then the silk belt retracted to the middle. Yang Chen, together with the staff, were all tightened on the body by the silk belt, and then the silk belt seemed to be alive, brushing and circling a few times, wrapping Yang Chen in it. Even Yang Chen couldn't help but secretly gnawed in his heart. The maid's brocade belt already had the prototype of a magic weapon, but the level of sacrificial refining was not enough, and the materials used were too low level, which led to it being only able to entangle the enemy and could not be fatal. At most, it played a role of restraint. The other two servants saw that Yang Qin had been wrapped by the ribbon, and their hearts were overjoyed. One of their palms lit up, and suddenly a raging flame appeared in their palms, and they pressed down on Yang Chen's chest. The other did not know where to pull out a peach sword. The surface of the sword emitted a glittering light, stabbing towards Yang Chen's throat. Even if Yang Chen was clearly trying to learn from each other. But after the appearance of Shang Guanfeng, these servants did not care about Yang Chen's life and death. Every move was aimed at the fatal parts. Seeing that the flame palm and the peach sword were about to reach his body, Yang Chen suddenly shouted, his arms shouted. The silk belt wrapped around his body suddenly straightened. After a burst of crackling sound, with a bang, it broke into several pieces. Yang Chen's hands did not stop. The arm-thick iron rod was suddenly swung up. The target was the two servants who attacked him. The maid holding the peach sword was shocked, seeing the iron rod was about to sweep her body. At the critical moment, she could not care about anything, instinctively holding the peach sword in her hand to block. Pung! With a muffled sound, the peachwood sword was directly broken into several pieces. Looking at this scene, the maid's heart seemed to be broken. The whole person began to become sluggish, staring blankly at the sword hilt in her hand, standing motionless. Yang Chen's iron rod suddenly stopped, pulled back, and the other end of the iron rod accurately hit the hand of the male servant who rushed behind him. The male servant's burning flame palm made a cracking sound, and in the blink of an eye his wrist was bent into a strange angle. At this moment, Yang Chen's face was still facing the maid in a daze, and he did not turn his head. At the same time the male servant screamed, Yang Chen's fist had already hit the maid's face. With a heavy punch, Yang Chen did not show mercy because she was a woman. With a punch, the maid's body was also smashed high, turned a few circles in the air, fell to the ground far away, and was motionless. The male servant behind him saw the tragic state of the maid and hurriedly stopped screaming, but Yang Chen had already turned around. In great shock, the male servant subconsciously retreated quickly and did not even notice that he had retreated directly to the foot of the wall. The moment his back leaned against the wall, the male servant's eyes suddenly opened wide, as if he had seen something shocking. His head suddenly tilted to the side, and the iron rod as thick as an arm heavily hit the place where the male servant's head had been. Bang! A head-sized hole was smashed in the wall, and rubble flew everywhere. Yang Chen's figure followed closely behind the iron rod, and he suddenly turned around, leaning back, and his whole body was pressed against the male servant's body. Bang! A human-shaped hole suddenly dented in the sturdy stone wall of the abode, and the male servant was firmly embedded in it. The male servant did not make a sound, and he lost consciousness. All this was clearly seen by the female servant who controlled the illusion talisman. She never would have thought that 4 cultivators at the 3rd level of Qi practitioner would lose so badly against a normal person who had never cultivated before. The 3 of them were dead or alive, and she was the only one left. She, who had never faced such a situation before, did not know what to do. Yang Qin didn't care about her. He threw the iron rod in his hand at the maid. The maid was greatly shocked and hurriedly scurried forward. Fortunately, she managed to dodge in time. Just as her front foot left the ground, the iron rod behind her foot pierced deeply into the place where she had just been standing. Yang Chen's figure had already flown over. The maid was so shocked that she could no longer care about anything else. She hurriedly used the flying technique she had just learned and soared into the air. She was only thinking of escaping. She didn't expect that her soaring into the air would give Yang Chen the perfect opportunity. At this moment, Yang Chen and the maid were already standing on the top of the gatehouse with Feng, forming a direct line. With a hook under his feet, the iron rod was hooked up. Yang Chen grabbed the head of the rod with one hand and spun his body a few times. Using the force of the rotation, he threw the iron rod out. It seemed that the target was the maid, but in fact it was Feng. The maid, who was in the air, did not rise very high. Suddenly her feet were caught, and the powerful force made her lose her balance. From afar, it looked like Yang Qin had grabbed the maid's feet with one hand, swung it high, and then smashed it hard on the ground. The iron rod in the air did not slow down at all, and directly flew towards Feng's face. Shangguan Feng's face changed several times. Chapter 39. The speed of the iron rod was very fast, and its momentum was very urgent, but for Shanghai Feng it did not seem to be a threat at all. As long as he moved slightly, he could dodge it. However, Shanghai Feng did not want to dodge, and he was not willing to dodge. Once he dodged it today, the entire Yeshio Villa and even the inner mountain gate would spread the news that the steward of Yeshio Villa of the outer mountain gate had to dodge with his body movement when faced with a preparatory disciple who had just joined the Chunying Palisadago. If the news spread, it would be more embarrassing for Shanghai Feng than death. In any case, Shanghai Feng could not dodge, and he could only choose to take it head-on. The steward had to take the iron rod thrown by a guy who had just entered the sect and had not even practiced any martial arts. Only then could he show his ability to control Yeshio Villa. Just like Yang Qin, Shanghai Feng stretched out a hand and grabbed the iron rod that was flying towards him. Because of the angle of the maid and Shanghai Feng at that time, the iron rod was flying like a siege crossbow at the moment, and what Shanghai Feng wanted to grab was the head of the crossbow. Swish! As soon as the iron rod was in his hand, Shanghai Feng shouted in his heart that it was not good. The huge momentum almost made his whole body fly along the trajectory of the iron rod. Fortunately, Shanghai Feng was always vigilant. In the crisis, he quickly pressed his other hand on the rod. At the same time, his body sank, and he stood firmly in place like a statue made of steel. Even so, the iron rod in his hand still slid half a foot away from his palm. The fierce friction made Shanghai Feng feel a burst of heat in his palm. In this short moment, the steward had quickly destroyed the 15-ton talisman that Shen had painstakingly engraved on the iron rod. As soon as the 15-ton talisman was destroyed, the weight of the iron rod was immediately reduced by more than 10 times. It was no longer so difficult to hold it in his hand. His momentum of charging forward was finally suppressed by Shangguan Feng's 2 hands, and he could no longer move. Fortunately, his 2 hands stood in the same place and barely used almost 80% of his strength, which stopped Yang Chen's mighty throw that exceeded the strength of 1,000 jin. Although there was some trickery in breaking the 15-ton talisman, on the surface, it looked like he had received Yang Chen's throw face to face. It was quite beautiful. Just as Seneschal Shangguan was about to relax, 2 cracking sounds were heard under his feet. The 2 tiles on the gatehouse suddenly shattered. The force just now was too strong. Even though Shangguan Feng had enough control over it, the force still spread to his feet when he was dispelling the momentum. The 2 ordinary tiles could no longer withstand it and immediately shattered. Hearing these 2 sounds, Shangguan Feng didn't need to look down to know what had happened. He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. This was unexpected, and he was a bit too careless, allowing Yang Chen to firmly take the upper hand. He was a person at the peak of qi refining. Fighting against an ordinary person was lowering his own status. Now that he had used 80% of his strength, he still shattered the tiles under his feet. This was a loss of face. Ah, not good. Yang Chen's voice came from below. He had already subdued the female servant. He raised his head and looked over calmly, but there wasn't a bit of sincerity in his voice. Be careful, Steward Shangguan. Shangguan Feng wasn't annoyed by Yang Chen's attitude. As the steward of Yishio Manor, he had seen many talented people. How could he care about Yang Chen's little teasing? Only he was very curious. Yang Chen, what miraculous medicine did Fairy Sure give you to give you such great strength? How would I know? When Yang Chen heard him ask, he didn't hide it and answered directly, I have great strength. After eating the medicine that Fairy Sure gave me, it seems that my strength has increased a lot. She didn't say what medicine it was. When Yang Chen said this, Shang Guanfeng nodded in his heart. Yes, he's just a small executioner. How could he recognize Fairy Sure's medicine? His heart was moved, and he suddenly asked, Yang Chen, have you practiced martial arts before? I practiced with an old instructor in the county for a few days. Yang Chen said, half truthfully. It was true that he practiced martial arts to strengthen his body, but he didn't practice with the old instructor in the county. What he practiced was the secret martial arts technique of the Heavenly Court, which could increase the combat power of the heavenly soldiers and generals. It was much more brilliant than the ones in the mortal world. Listening to Yang Chen's answer, countless thoughts went through Shang Guanfeng's mind. An ordinary martial artist was born with great strength, but it was impossible for him to have the strength of several thousand pounds. The only explanation was that Fairy Sure gave Yang Chen that medicine. If it was an ordinary relationship, who would give such a precious medicine to someone else? The only explanation was that even if Yang Chen and Fairy Sure didn't have a close relationship, they were at least related, or had some other relationship. Otherwise, no one would be willing to give such a precious elixir away. Chu Heng might have received benefits from others and wanted to make things difficult for Yang Chen. But Shang Guanfeng didn't have to get involved. Although Chu Heng was an inner sect disciple, compared to Fairy Sure's prestige among the young talents in the entire cultivation world, it couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. For Chu Heng to owe others a favor and offend Fairy Sure, this debt had to be settled. While he was pondering, Shang Guanfeng heard Yang Chen's question. Chief Steward, have the four of them lost? Looking at the situation below, Shang Guanfeng couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Of the four servants who attacked, Xinda was the first to be beaten to the point where it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The one who used the peach wood sword was punched in the face, and the other servant who used the flaming palm seemed to have several broken ribs. The remaining servant girl was thrown from the air to the ground. She didn't seem to have any injuries, but it was true that all four of them were unconscious. If this wasn't a win, then what was a loss? Even if Chu Heng was standing there, he didn't know how much he wanted Yang Chen to lose. But faced with such a situation, he couldn't say anything. You win. Shang Guanfeng could only nod. That's good. Without another word, Yang Chen pointed at the four servants lying on the ground and said to Shang Guanfeng, Chief Steward Shang Guan, I'll have to trouble you to treat them. In addition, I'm afraid I'll have to change places to live. I'll have to trouble Chief Steward to make other arrangements. Shang Guanfeng wasn't the least bit annoyed by Yang Chen's tone of command. He was the chief steward, and these things were his responsibility. After nodding, Shang Guanfeng suddenly asked, Do you want to arrange for a few more obedient servants? No need. Yang Chen shook his head. It wasn't easy to beat them into submission. Should we change them and beat them again? Chapter 40. Shang Guanfeng's speed was very fast. In less than a moment, someone quickly came over and carried the four injured and unconscious slaves away for treatment. Shang Guanfeng personally took Yang Chen to another large courtyard that looked more exquisite and luxurious than the original one. The servants were already waiting here, carefully welcoming Yang Chen and Shang Guanfeng in. This huge xian is the place where the inner sects invigilator disciples live during the Chunyang Palace's preparatory disciple examination. Shang Guanfeng enthusiastically introduced to Yang Chen. In the next 3 years, this place will belong to you. Manager Shang Guan, isn't this a bit against the rules? Of course. Yang Chen knew what huge xian was for. He didn't expect Shang Guanfeng to arrange this independent courtyard for Yang Chen. This made Yang Chen a little confused, not knowing what Shang Guanfeng meant. There are already twice as many servants in this courtyard. Your 4 servants will be transferred here as soon as they recover from their injuries. Shang Guanfeng didn't answer Yang Chen's question and said to himself, Anyway, no one in this Ishio villa is dissatisfied with you living here. Manager? Yang Chen had to call Shangguan Feng again, reminding him, it's against the rules. What rules? It's just that everyone is used to this arrangement. But no one said that it must be like this. You can live here in peace. This is not against the rules. Shangguan Feng said faintly. At this moment, his performance was completely different from the Shangguan Feng that Yang Chen saw yesterday and before the battle. Because of Marshal Uncle Chu's order, I have to deal with you according to his arrangement. But today's battle has enlightened me. You have such strength without even cultivating. If you succeed in refining your qi and building your foundation, I don't know how amazing you will be. Shangguan Feng seemed to see Yang Chen's doubts and slowly explained, I am optimistic about you. Just being optimistic about Yang Chen's future did not seem to be enough to explain the doubts in Yang Chen's heart. After all, in this case, if Yang Chen's performance provoked Chu Heng's anger, it would not be difficult for him to secretly cripple Yang Chen. How many talented disciples in cultivation had died prematurely because of all kinds of accidents in the process of their growth? The number was already uncountable. You are different from the others. You are someone that Fairy Sure thinks highly of. Shangguan Feng continued. Even if Li Qingchen of the greatest heaven sect is jealous, he would not dare to take your life. Chu Heng would not dare. He can only rely on his convenience as an inner sect disciple to set up layers upon layers of obstacles for you. But rules are rules. If you can bypass these obstacles, no one can stop you. When he spoke, he first called Chu Heng Marshal Uncle, but later he directly called Chu Heng by his name. Clearly, he was very dissatisfied with the arrangements he had made. At this point, Yang Chen finally believed that Shangguan Feng did not really want to harm him. It was only because of Chu Heng's orders that he had to do this. There was no other way. Chu Heng was an inner sect disciple, and he had been an inner sect disciple for the past few years. His name was also justifiable. First, it was to train Yang Chen, and second, it was to set up artificial obstacles. Was it wrong for me to let you enjoy the treatment of a third-layer qi refining disciple? As for whether or not others dared to teach Yang Chen, that was their problem. What did it have to do with Chu Heng? Understanding this, Yang Chen did not have any more precautions. He only nodded, accepting Shangguan Feng's goodwill. Junior brother Yang, you must not have eaten lunch. I'll get someone to prepare it immediately. Shangguan Feng also knew that there would be plenty of time in the future, so he did not plan to do anything in one day. After giving the orders to the servants, he was about to leave when Yang Chen called out to him. Junior brother Yang, do you have any other instructions? Shangguan Feng asked with a smile. Yang Chen extended his hand and made an inviting gesture, inviting Shangguan Feng to sit down. The two maids had good eyesight. They quickly served fragrant tea and then neatly retreated out of the living room. Shangguan Feng, don't blame me for speaking too much. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. As soon as Yang Chen opened his mouth, he first found an excuse for himself, as if intending to say something excessive. Shangguan Feng did not have so many misgivings. He said with a smile, go ahead. Then I won't be polite, Shangguan Feng. Yang Chen cupped his fist at Shangguan Feng and then said very seriously, although I haven't cultivated, I have practiced martial arts for a few days. I saw that when Shangguan Feng took my stick, you obviously used one hand first. After the contact, you found that it was not enough, so you used both hands at the same time. Even so, it is estimated that Shangguan Feng did not use his full strength, so 2 tiles were broken. What Yang Chen said was the situation where Shangguan Feng took Yang Chen's stick at the end of the battle. Exactly, is there a problem? Seeing that Yang Chen said it seriously, Shangguan Feng also seemed to feel that Yang Chen was not simply giving a simple evaluation. So he also asked seriously, Junior brother Yang, please advise me. I dare not advise you. Yang Chen hurriedly said, this kind of method of estimating the opponent's strength and then leaving a way out is understandable in many cases. However, In some situations where one needed to stake everything on a single throw, such a timid and overcautious approach, thinking that one's plan was very clear, would inevitably plant the seeds of failure. It is better to make a prompt decision and cut off all means of retreat. Success or failure depends on this one move. Maybe the enemy will not be able to resist under the irresistible force. Although Yang Qin said that he dared not advise him, there was already a hint of advice in his tone, and even the content was the same. In the beginning, Shang Guanfeng only took it seriously on the surface, but in his heart he really did not think much of it. Yang Qin actually planned to use the principles of martial arts to teach him. Wasn't this asking to be humiliated? However, the more Shang Guanfeng listened, the more serious he became. As soon as Yang Qin opened his mouth to talk about some occasions, he immediately thought of the moment of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Could it be that Yang Qin was giving him pointers on how to build his foundation? But if the last moment of breaking through is the most critical moment, and I have to save some strength, what should I do? Shang Guanfeng could not help but ask, as if Yang Qin was a super master. If you want to push a boulder, you need a lot of strength. Yang Qin frowned and used an analogy. However, once you use all your strength to push the boulder faster and faster, if you want to stop the boulder, you need several times or even dozens of times the strength. If you keep your strength and slowly push the boulder to the pass, and then increase your strength to pass, it is better to push the boulder up, and it will naturally help you break through the pass. Chapter 41. Hearing the latter words of Yang Qin, Shang Haifeng seemed to be enlightened, and the confusion of many years seemed to disappear. In the past few decades, he had heard countless masters who had reached the Zhuji phase tell him about their experiences. They all said that the last pass was the most difficult, and many people had tried all kinds of ways to break through. According to the experience of predecessors, Shang Haifeng almost racked his brains, but he had never succeeded. He always failed at the last moment. But this also strengthened his belief that the last pass of Zhuji phase was extremely difficult, and he needed to save some strength for the final sprint. At the very least, there were a few foundation establishment experts who said so, and they also did so. However, not all experiences were suitable for everyone. Shang Haifeng tried for decades, and he was physically and mentally exhausted. After decades of disappointment and despair, he was finally completely disheartened and no longer hoped to reach the Zhuji phase. He wholeheartedly took care of Yixiu Villa for Chunying Palace until today. Yang Qin had an impression of him. A long time later in his previous life, Shang Haifeng finally succeeded in Zhuji phase, which was the result of his last desperate attack. At that time, Shang Haifeng even sighed that if he had used this method 100 years ago, he might have entered the Zhuji phase and become an inner sect disciple. He would not have wasted 200 years and missed the best time for cultivation. Since Shang Haifeng had shown such an attitude to him in this life, Yang Qin did not mind telling him this. Anyway, it was not a bad thing for Yixiu Villa to have a manager in the Zhuji phase who had a good impression of him, and he also owed him a big favor out of thin air. Such a thing was beneficial and costly, and there was no reason not to do it. Shang Haifeng did not think so. He had been desperate, but at this moment, the flame of hope suddenly rekindled. Thinking about the method, Yang Qin said he had even seen what he would look like after he succeeded in Zhuji phase. After thinking for a moment, Shang Haifeng suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Yang Qin. Many thanks for junior brother Yang's guidance. If I succeed in building my foundation in the future, I will definitely not forget junior brother Yang's kindness. These words were the sincere thoughts of Shang Guanfeng. He had unspeakable gratitude towards Yang Qin. Foundation establishment. Yang Qin pretended to be stunned and said with a chuckle, "Senior martial brother Shangguan, I just told you about my experience in martial arts. It has nothing to do with foundation building. If senior martial brother has any insights, that is senior martial brother's good fortune. It cannot be attributed to me." Although Yang Qin said so, Feng would never think so. The more Yang Qin did not claim credit for himself and the more pure his character was, the more grateful he was. In his ecstasy, Shangguan Feng no longer cared about anything else. He cupped his hands towards Yang Qin and thanked him. Junior brother Yang, I will immediately go into secluded cultivation. It will take at least a month, or at most 3 months. When I come out, I will personally guide you. Others might not dare to guide you in the 3rd layer of qi refining, but this old man should be qualified, right? Then I will first wish senior martial brother success. Yang Qin did not forget to praise Shangguan Feng and said, Many thanks, senior martial brother Shangguan. Unknowingly, he had already changed the way he addressed Shangguan Feng to senior martial brother instead of chief steward. This time, Shangguan Feng acted even faster. That night, the 4 servants who were injured by Yang Qin were all sent to Huge Xian. The injuries on the 4 people's bodies were almost healed and could no longer be seen on the surface. Presumably, they had used a lot of precious elixirs. Shangguan Feng arranged everything that night and hurriedly went into secluded cultivation to attack Foundation establishment. When Shenda and the other 3 saw Yang Chen again, they no longer had the arrogance they had before. They were originally slaves and only had that kind of thought because Yang Chen was treated coldly by his superiors. Now that Yang Chen had displayed his invincible might and forced the 4 of them to not leave with a clear mind, in addition to Shangguan Feng's strict warning, the 4 of them did not dare to have any other thoughts. When facing Yang Qin, they were respectful and bent to his ear. They did whatever Yang Qin wanted them to do, not daring to disobey in the slightest. While Shangguan Feng was in secluded cultivation, Yang Qin had no choice but to face Chu Heng's unique skill again. He raised Yang Chen's status so high and treated him so well, making others speechless. Although Yang Qin did not care whether he could learn these basic knowledge at all, and he did not need it for a long time in order to avoid suspicion, he had to pretend to learn from the beginning. Otherwise, a guy who was full of knowledge, proficient in medicine and medicine identification, and knew everything about astronomy and geography would obviously be suspicious if he became an executioner. The cultivation sex attached great importance to inheritance. If Yang Chen recklessly exposed that he had learned these things before, he would definitely be regarded as a spy from other sects who stole the cultivation methods of Chunyang Palace. If that was the case, Chu Hong would be very happy to kill Yang Qin and then make a great contribution in the sect. Therefore, even if Yang Qin pretended, he had to pretend. Naturally, Yang Qin, the disciple of the executioner, became an illiterate who could not read a word. Well, of course, he might be able to recognize a few words, but it would never be more than 100, right? Shangguan Feng said that when he came out of seclusion, he would personally instruct Yang Qin. However, in the eyes of Yang Qin, it was a bit overkill to ask a person like Shangguan Feng to arrange this kind of thing. Moreover, it was too easy to use this kind of thing to return the favor to Yang Qin. Early the next morning, Yang Qin came to the book pavilion again under the guidance of Shinda. This time he did not come directly to the book pavilion, where the preparatory disciples who had entered the sect like him had lessons, but to the disciples who had joined Chunyang Palace a year earlier than him. Seeing Yang Qin come in, the old teacher in charge of the book pavilion immediately stood up and saluted to Yang Qin. Senior brother Yang, you have come to the Hanlin Pavilion. Do you want to give some advice to these junior brothers? Senior brother, please take a seat. It was the same as yesterday. The disciples who were seated also stood up to greet him. Everything was the same as yesterday. I don't dare. I have just arrived here, and there are still many things I don't understand. There are some things that I would like to consult with the headmaster. Yang Chen first used reason to convince people, lowered his posture, and said politely, I don't dare, I don't dare. How would I dare to give advice to senior brother Yang? The old teacher in charge was shocked. His tone was exaggerated, and he waved his hands. I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it. Can't I? Seeing this perfunctory attitude, Yang Chen's tone immediately changed. I don't dare. Senior brother Yang. The old teacher in charge still had the same attitude. You have already surpassed the disciples of the third level of the Qi refining realm. How would I dare to give you advice? Absolutely not. Humph. Yang Chen snorted coldly and suddenly said, Since that is the case, I will not make things difficult for you. However, I am afraid that you will mislead the disciples, so I have to test you first. With a slap, a book was thrown in front of the old teacher in charge. Yang Chen boldly sat down on the side and said loudly, Read it word by word for me and explain it again. I want to hear if there are any mistakes. Chapter 42. As soon as Yang Chen said this, whether it was the teacher, the preparatory disciples, or even Shinda, they were all dumbfounded. Testing? What was this? However, no matter who it was, no one dared to object. Yang Chen had the treatment of a third-level disciple, which was set by this year's training disciple, Chu Heng. At the same time, it was also arranged by Shangguan Feng, who dared to disrespect him. Since he was a third-layer disciple, he naturally had the right to test the preparatory disciples and even the teachers. However, if this was the case, would Chu Heng's arrangements still work? The first one to react was Shen, ever since he was taught a lesson by Yang Chen. Shinda didn't dare to have any other thoughts. With Shangguan Feng's repeated warnings, he now completely understood the situation. Of course, the most important thing was that Yang Chen's actions didn't break the rules set by Chu Heng. It was completely reasonable, and no one could say anything against it. So Shenda immediately yelled at the teacher, Young Master Yang's orders, why don't you obey? Shinda was considered a person with some prestige among the servants. With his yell, the teacher didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly picked up the book that Yang Chen threw over, opened it, and began to read slowly. Since he knew that Chu Heng's arrangements had no meaning, the old teacher was very perceptive. Not only did he read slowly, but his explanations were also very clear and logical. There were no signs of him trying to cheat. The other preparatory disciples, looking at Yang Chen's eyes, also seemed to have changed a little. Since Yang Chen could use this method to break the blockade and also enjoy higher treatment than everyone, more resources, maybe he would soon be above everyone. However, no one said anything, and they all listened quietly. The old teacher had talked about this book before, so it was better to listen to it again. Yang Chen was holding a book that was exactly the same as the old teacher's. He pretended to flip through the pages and read. The others saw this, but they thought he was seriously memorizing, so no one dared to interrupt him. Yesterday, Yang Chen single-handedly challenged 4 third-layer Qi refining slaves. 3 of them had magic tools, and 1 of them practiced flame palm, but all of them were beaten to the ground by Yang Chen. The news had already spread, so when everyone looked at Yang Chen, they naturally didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. In the following days, Yang Chen would change a different instructor and a different book every day. Every time he would have the instructors read to him and then explained to him. The reason he gave was that he wanted to see if these instructors were misleading the students. Anyway, he would have to test every single one of them for a day and a half. He would only stop after he finished explaining 1 or 2 of the books. Very quickly, everyone got used to this kind of life. First, Yang Chen didn't break the rules, and second, before Chief Steward Shangguan went into seclusion, he had specifically told them to do as much as possible to make things convenient for Yang Chen. However, everyone did as Yang Chen asked, and everything went smoothly. When Du Qian mysteriously appeared in huge pavilion, Yang Chen just happened to be sending away an instructor who taught medicine identification. Turning around, he found Du Qian standing there with a smile that wasn't a smile, looking at Yang Chen. Martial Uncle Du. Yang Chen hurriedly saluted. This was the rule. Etiquette couldn't be ignored. Originally, I thought that Chu Heng deliberately came to give you some pointers to make things difficult for you. Now it seems that everything is fine? Du Qian admired Yang Chen very much. Perhaps Yang Chen's background as an executioner was very similar to his current status as a law enforcement hall disciple. Moreover, Yang Qin had greatly embarrassed Chu Heng for him. Originally, he thought that Yang Qin wouldn't be satisfied, but now it was completely different. Why did Chu Heng cancel your treatment? The treatment is still there, Yang Chen replied with a somewhat self-deprecating smile. Then why did that instructor dare to teach you medicine identification? Du Qian couldn't understand. He originally wanted to help Yang Chen, but it seemed that Yang Chen didn't need help at all. Teach disciple medicine identification? No, Martial Uncle Du, you're wrong. Yang Chen raised a finger and shook it very seriously. He didn't teach disciple medicine identification, Martial Uncle Du. I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be fake? Du Qian scolded with a smile, then asked, If not teaching you medicine identification, then what is it? Are you the one teaching him? Almost, Martial Uncle Du. Yang Qin chuckled. It's not him teaching disciple, it's the disciple who is testing him, to see if he knows what these things are, so that he doesn't learn well and mislead the other disciples. You also know that since disciples are treated better than other disciples the moment they enter the hall, they naturally have to be more tolerant. These matters of the school assessment, I will reluctantly accept at first. Take the assessment seriously, lest some people who fish in troubled waters sneak in and ruin the future of the other disciples. Listening to Yang Chen's proud and shameless words, even though Du Qian was in a good mood, he couldn't help but laugh at Yang Chen. He shook his head and disappeared in a flash. Du Qian couldn't say how much support he had for Yang Chen, but he always felt like they were old friends at the first sight. Although Du Qian's visit this time seemed to be of no use, at least Yang Chen got the same opportunity, which made Du Qian feel more at ease. Since there were no more problems, he didn't linger anymore and turned to leave. Yang Chen learned very quickly, at least in the eyes of others. No matter what the book was, as long as he read it once and explained it once, he could immediately remember it all. In a short period of 2 months, he had already learned all the books that the preparatory disciples needed to learn, such as reading, writing, medical practice, medicine identification, astronomy, and geography. While the other preparatory disciples who came with Yang Chen were still slowly learning how to read and write, Yang Chen was already standing at the entrance of the core training room of Ishio Manor. There were always 2 outer sect disciples waiting here. Of course, they were only guarding some entry-level cultivation methods and nothing else. If one wanted to practice more advanced cultivation methods, he must become an official outer sect disciple before he could learn from the training disciples. I'm Yang Chen. Today, I came to the training room to find a suitable cultivation method to practice. Please make it convenient for me, senior brother. Yang Chen bowed to the outer sect disciple who guarded the training room. Yang Chen, I know you. You just entered Ishio Manor for a few days, and you want to practice cultivation methods? Don't you think my Chunyang Palace is too simple? The disciple who guarded the training room had a good relationship with Sun Haijing. He had long known the news that Yang Chen beat Sun Haijing. Now he naturally wanted to make things difficult for Yang Chen. Do you really think that you are already an outer sect disciple at the 3rd level of qi refining? Before Yang Chen could answer, in Ishio Manor, there was suddenly a burst of qi of heaven and earth. It rushed up high and then quickly retracted. Then a powerful divine sense swept over and left as soon as it touched him, which Martial Uncle succeeded in foundation establishment. Seeing this situation, the disciple who guarded the door suddenly asked in surprise, but he didn't even want to pay attention to Yang Chen. Chapter 43. Ishio Villa was the outermost door of Chunying Palace, and it was also the place where all the preparatory disciples with spiritual roots began to lay the foundation. There was still a long distance from the Juyang Villa, where the outer sect disciples lived. In the eyes of the outer sect disciples, it was simply impossible for someone to suddenly reach the Zhuji realm here. If someone really had such a cultivation, wouldn't he have been an outer sect disciple long ago? Although he was pleasantly surprised, The disciple guarding the door was somewhat uncertain. If he hadn't seen a certain senior fellow apprentice succeed in reaching the Juji realm, he really wouldn't be sure that someone had reached the Juji realm. In a flash, a figure appeared on the top of Ishio Villa. The figure seemed to have identified the direction and flew directly towards Yangqin. Before the person arrived, his voice had already reached the ears of Yangqin and the disciple guarding the door. "Ha ha ha ha, Brother Yang, if it weren't for your guidance, I wouldn't have believed that I would have this day." Shanghai Feng felt Yang Chen's presence almost as soon as he came out of seclusion and hurriedly flew over. Having reached the Juji realm, this kind of flight was no longer a problem for him, and the first person he wanted to see after reaching the Juji realm was Yang Chen. Although he had only met Yang Chen twice, Shanghai Feng felt that he and Yang Chen were indescribably congenial. If at the beginning he still regretted that Yang Chen was secretly suppressed by Chu Heng, he no longer had that feeling now, because he was already a Juji realm master and an inner sect disciple. He had the capital to fight against Chu Heng. If he wanted to help Yang Chen, it was just a matter of a word. In the end, what Chu Heng did was still not presentable. Seeing the appearance of Shanghai Feng, the disciple guarding the door opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. Who would have thought that the person who had just reached the Juji realm was actually the director of Ishio Villa, Shanghai Feng, who everyone thought had no hope of reaching the Juji realm in his lifetime. "Greetings, martial uncle Shangguan." After all, the gatekeeper disciple still called out the word martial uncle, but it didn't sound as willing as Yang Chen to call him. "N." Shangguan Feng nodded faintly, then he no longer looked at the gatekeeper disciple and turned to ask Yang Chen, "Brother Yang, what are you doing here?" "Brother Shangguan." Yang Chen did not call Shangguan Feng martial uncle according to seniority. Instead, he called him big brother because Shanghai Feng called him little brother. "I came here to find a suitable cultivation technique to cultivate. Go in and choose." Shangguan Feng waved his hand and let them in without hesitation. He was the head steward of Yeshio Manor, and he hadn't stepped down yet, so he had the authority to begin with. Coupled with the fact that he had successfully built his foundation, his power had increased greatly. The disciples guarding the gate didn't even dare to show any signs of opposition, and they obediently made way for him. "It's up to fate. I won't go in with you, lest I mislead you." Shangguan Feng reminded Yang Chen before he set off. "Remember, you have a fire spiritual root, so choose a fire attribute cultivation technique." "Thank you, big brother." Yang Chen thanked Shangguan Feng. Although Yang Chen didn't need guidance with his knowledge, Shangguan Feng's words were all golden words, not to mention the support and care in it. Yang Chen naturally knew what was good for him. Watching Yang Chen enter the training room, the gatekeeper disciple opened his mouth a few times, but he finally chose to shut up in front of Shangguan Feng. Anyway, Shangguan Feng had successfully built his foundation, and he would leave in a few days. When the new head steward arrived, Yang Chen still had no one to guide him. Cultivation was not something that a person could easily succeed by reading a few books and being guided by someone. Especially when entering the sect, the preparation disciple of Yeshio Manor needed at least 3 years, which had already explained everything. Although Chunyang Palace was a small sect, the yin and yang and 5 elements cultivation techniques were still complete, because it was a cultivation technique prepared for the preparation disciples. All the cultivation techniques were copied in books, not jade slips. The preparation disciples had not cultivated their spiritual awareness, so even if there was a jade slip, they couldn't read it. The layout of the training room, Yang Chen still vaguely remembered it. When he came in and took a look, he immediately recovered his memory. Without saying anything, Yang Chen first went to the fire attribute cultivation technique area and chose a 4th fire attribute cultivation technique. Of course, this was just for show. With Yang Chen's familiarity with the fire attribute cultivation technique in his previous life, there was no need to specifically choose a fire attribute cultivation technique. Subsequently, Yang Chen almost turned to the Earth Attribute Cultivation Technique area without stopping. The training room was protected by a special array formation. The people outside did not know what cultivation technique the people inside had chosen. They did not even know what the people inside had done. This also provided convenience for Yang Chen's free movement. People who cultivated the Tao paid attention to fate. Whatever cultivation technique they liked or encountered, they would choose that cultivation technique. Especially the entry-level cultivation technique, under normal circumstances, there was rarely a situation where there was a strong desire. Even the younger generation, cultivated from a young age by those big sects, were the same. At most, after reaching the foundation stage, they would choose a better cultivation technique. This was also the reason why there was no supervision in the training room. Very easily, Yang Chen found the sixth earth attribute cultivation technique that he lacked among the 5 elements. Subsequently, Yang Chen turned to the metal attribute area and also found a metal attribute cultivation technique. These 2 cultivation techniques, Yang Chen did not take them out, but directly memorized them in the training room. With his current spiritual awareness and the experience of his previous life, he almost had a photographic memory. In a short moment, he had memorized the key points of these 2 cultivation techniques in his mind. In his previous life, except for the fire attribute cultivation technique, Yang Chen did not care much about the other cultivation techniques. The cultivation techniques that he had an impression of in his mind were only obtained later because of various reasons. When he explored them with his spiritual awareness, he had never used them. Naturally, in his previous life, he did not deliberately collect the full set of yin-yang 5 elements cultivation technique. He was not the head of a sect, so he did not have to worry about these things. Now, Yang Chen finally had all the entry-level cultivation techniques of the yin-yang 5 elements. The next thing was to cultivate all the 5 yin-yang 5 elements cultivation techniques. Like the 5 yang 5 elements cultivation techniques, the 5 yin-yang 5 elements cultivation techniques should be circulated at the same time, mutually reinforcing and restraining each other, reaching a perfect balance. Of course, this was not Yang Chen's ultimate goal. Yang Chen's current ultimate goal was to circulate the 10 yin-yang 5 elements cultivation techniques at the same time, and at the same time be able to mutually reinforce and restrain each other. Not only the 5 elements, but also the yin and yang must reach a perfect balance. For Yang Chen, perhaps until that time, he could be considered to have reached the first layer of the qi refining stage. But no matter what, now that he had obtained the cultivation techniques, he could openly start cultivating. This was already a big step towards becoming a disciple of his master. Perhaps soon, Yang Chen could once again see his master's beautiful face, and once again become her disciple. Chapter 44. Everything that Yang Chen was doing right now was all for the sake of re-entering his master's tutelage. As for the enemies from his previous life, he didn't care about them for the time being. Even if he did, how could Yang Chen, a mere first-layer qi, refining cultivator, single-handedly kill his way to Taishimen and kill their disciple? If he wasn't an idiot, he absolutely wouldn't do such a brainless thing. Seeing that Yang Chen had brought out a fire attribute cultivation method, Shanghai Feng didn't say anything. It was only an introductory cultivation method and didn't have too many advantages and disadvantages. It was only for the sake of allowing disciples to sense qi and be able to circulate it through their body, sense the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and cultivate a certain amount of divine sense. The only difference was that the various large sects had different names. It didn't matter which one Yang Chen took, as long as it was a fire attribute cultivation method. While Yang Chen was choosing a cultivation method, Shanghai Feng stood at the entrance of the cultivation room like a guard, quietly waiting. He and Yang Chen didn't talk much, but the way they addressed each other as brother and little brother, in addition to Shanghai Feng's waiting attitude, already explained a lot. Even if the disciple guarding the door wanted to cause trouble, he couldn't do anything. He could only accompany Shanghai Feng and quietly wait for Yang Chen to come out. Come, let's go to Huge Xian. I'll give you a good explanation of this cultivation method. Shanghai Feng snatched the cultivation method from Yang Chen's hands and flipped through it a few times before understanding it. He spoke to Yang Chen without the slightest hesitation, then directly disappeared from the entrance of the cultivation room with Yang Chen. The disciple guarding the door didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly instructed another disciple and quickly ran to the 9 Earth Mountain Villa to report. With Shanghai Feng's support, it would be a joke for Chu Heng to seal Yang Chen. Younger brother Yang, you don't have a divine sense, so you can only listen to me for now. Shanghai Feng held the fire attribute cultivation method and began to read it word by word to Yang Chen. Then he began to explain it word by word. Although Yang Chen was already familiar with this cultivation method and could recite it backwards, he had no choice but to pretend to be serious and obediently listen. Shangguan Feng was very generous. He was well aware of the way of cultivation. In addition to aptitude, the most important thing was each person's perception and state of mind, as well as acquired efforts. It was not easy to say that a person with a full value of spiritual root could easily cultivate to become a master. The understanding of various cultivation methods and the perception of various realms were different from person to person. Many people with spiritual roots were eliminated precisely because of this reason. The 3-year test for the preparatory disciples of the major sects was also based on this consideration. If one's perception was not enough, no matter how hard they worked, it would be in vain. Yang Chen understood the meaning of Shanghai Feng. In addition, he also needed such a reason to cover up his abnormal cultivation speed. Therefore, he followed Shanghai Feng very cooperatively and stayed in Huge Xian for several days. Next, Yang Chen began the so-called first-time cultivation when Shanghai Feng felt that he had enough understanding of the cultivation method. Of course, it was impossible for him to start cultivating when Shanghai Feng was outside. He just opened his eyes and stopped cultivating after the second layer of the 3 purities secret art. Almost no one could succeed in the first attempt, and Yang Chen was naturally no exception. When Yang Chen came out of the quiet room of Huge Xian, Shanghai Feng came forward with a look of expectation. He was even more anxious than his own cultivation and asked, "How was it?" I vaguely felt a trace of qi. Yang Chen had the experience of cultivation, so he naturally knew how to say it to make Shanghai Feng happy and not confused at the same time. Not bad, not bad. You can feel qi in your first practice. Even if you are talented, it is nothing more than this. Shanghai Feng was very pleased. It seems that my efforts in the past few days have not been in vain. Thank you, elder brother. After Yang Chen thanked him with a smile, he looked at Shanghai Feng and suddenly asked, "Elder brother, are you planning to leave Yeshio Villa?" I have reached the foundation establishment stage. I have reported it a few days ago. The higher-ups have urged me several times to enter the inner mountain gate. Shanghai Feng did not hide it. He explained things to Yang Chen very clearly. I deliberately delayed for a few days to give you guidance. You can now understand it on your own. It is time for me to leave. Yang Chen had already expected this situation. After Shanghai Feng successfully reached the foundation establishment stage, he would naturally become a disciple of the inner mountain gate, and Yeshio Villa would definitely be managed by someone else. Fortunately, what Shanghai Feng said before he left saved Yang Chen a lot of things. In the future, even if his cultivation was a little out of line, he could blame it on Shanghai Feng's guidance. After I leave, you don't have to be afraid. Chu Heng is a disciple of the inner mountain gate, and so am I. Moreover, senior fellow apprentice, Du also came to see you a few days ago. If Chu Heng makes things difficult for a preparatory disciple, I am afraid he will not be able to stay in Chunyang Palace. You can rest assured. Shanghai Feng told Yang Chen so. No matter who the newcomer is, I will arrange for him to take care of you. You can be like a few days ago, and no one can control you. Congratulations, brother. Thank you, brother. Shanghai Feng was very loyal, and Yang Chen would not be bad. Anyway, he knew that Shanghai Feng was a loyal person in his previous life. Since he was destined to become a disciple of the inner mountain gate in this life, he could have a deeper relationship with him in the future. Cultivation lasted for a long time, and the future was long. He was not in a hurry. Shangguan Feng said he would leave, without stopping for a moment. After a short rest, Yang Qin entered the quiet room again. He wanted to give people a sense of diligence. Without anyone to accompany him, Yang Qin finally let go of the restrictions and really began to cultivate. The first thing to bear the brunt was naturally the cultivation method of the fourth fire attribute. In his previous life, he was so familiar with this kind of cultivation method that he could not be more familiar with. Almost without any hindrance, he successfully practiced it. Inside his body, there was also the fourth fire attribute, spiritual power. Next, one by one, he practiced the 5 elements of Yin cultivation methods. He did not come into contact with these in his previous life, but with the experience of the 5 elements of Yang, each cultivation method only took a few days at most to reach perfection. Every time, Yang Qin only took a short rest and immediately returned to the quiet room to practice. Other than a few servants in huge xian, no one else could see him. This took more than half a month. However, this was not enough. Yang Qin did not need to show the realm of the first layer of qi training at this time. The time was still too fast. Yang Qin had already made a plan. After a period of time, he would first conquer the 5 elements of Yin cultivation at the same time. Then he would consider the situation of the 5 elements of Yin and Yang cultivation at the same time. When the 5 elements of Yin and Yang could be practiced at the same time and entered a stable state of balance, Yang Qin estimated that he could announce to the public that he had entered the first layer of qi training. This way, the time was estimated to be just right. It would not make people feel abrupt, and at the same time it would not make people feel slow. Chapter 45. After making up his mind, just when Yang Qin was about to order Chunda to prepare food and rest, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The senses of his soul that had been drifting outside discovered someone flying rapidly towards huge Shen. Judging from their cultivation, they were at least at the 8th layer of Qi practitioner. There was no doubt that this was the new caretaker of the manor, since he was able to fly so openly through the manor and possess such a high level of cultivation. At this moment, he hurriedly flew here, apparently knowing the news that Yang Qin had come out of the quiet room. When cultivating in the quiet room, no one was allowed to disturb him unless it was something major. This was the rule. However, Yang Qin had not even seen the new caretaker since he had been appointed. Clearly, the new caretaker was infuriated, which was why he had rushed over to see Yang Qin. Perhaps he wanted to take him down a notch. Yang Qin's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly fished out a 1,000-year-old profound yang fruit from his merit ring and snapped it in half with a loud crack. He bit into the blood-red flesh and began chewing. At this moment, a figure had already appeared at the entrance, just in time to witness this. Wang Yuan was the new caretaker of the manor, as well as the caretaker candidate recommended by the senior uncles of the Bright Moon Hall who were responsible for passing on cultivation. The previous caretaker, Shanghai Feng, had reached foundation establishment and became an inner sect disciple, so he naturally became the caretaker of the manor. Naturally, the entire Yishio manor welcomed the new supervisor respectfully. Whether it was the preparatory disciples or the servants, they were all the same. Only a few people were exceptions. However, they all happened to be cultivating when the caretaker took over, so they could not be blamed for neglecting him. Of course, most of those people immediately went to greet the new chief, Steward Wang, after they finished cultivating. Chief Steward Wang was very satisfied with their attitude. However, there was one person who did not appear at all. It was Yang Qin. Wang Yuan felt a headache when he thought of Yang Qin. The Bright Moon Hall's current cultivation disciple, Chu Heng, had specially instructed him to give Yang Qin a little something. In any case, he had to make sure that Yang Qin would not be able to successfully refine qi within 3 years and become a servant. However, the former director Shanghai Feng, who was also a foundation-building disciple, had especially exhorted him to take good care of Yang Qin during the handover, and not to let Yang Qin suffer any grievances. Wang Yuan could feel how much Shanghai Feng took care of Yang Qin the moment he took office. Not only did Yang Qin live alone in the largest huge xian, but he also enjoyed the treatment of a third-layer aura refining disciple. If this wasn't taking care of him, what was? But soon, Wang Yuan realized that it was Chu Heng who had given him the treatment of a third-layer qi refining disciple. Wang Yuan quickly understood the cause and effect. It was nothing more than Yang Chen offending him, and then deliberately retaliating, but he was afraid of being said to be small, so he would use such a trick. However, ever since he learned that Yang Chen had been guided by Shanghai Feng for many days and had used a test to ruin Chu Heng's plans, Wang Yuan knew that Chu Heng's obstructions no longer existed in front of Yang Chen. If Yang Chen was not an idiot, becoming an outer sect disciple was already a done deal. However, his attitude towards Yang Chen depended on Yang Chen's attitude towards Wang Yuan. If Yang Chen was tactful, then everyone would be happy. However, if Yang Chen was arrogant, then Wang Yuan could not be blamed for using a little trick. Even if Yang Chen had 10,000 jin of divine strength, it would not be a problem for an expert at the 8th layer of qi refining to deal with a 1st layer qi refining preparatory disciple. When he received the news that Yang Chen had come out, Wang Yuan rushed over. However, as soon as he entered the door, he saw a scene that almost made him collapse. Yang Chen was actually holding a fruit that looked very much like a mysterious yang fruit. He broke it open and put the flesh into his mouth, eating it until juice dripped down. Wang Yuan did not even need to get close to feel the powerful spiritual power contained in the peel that Yang Chen had thrown away. This is... Wang Yuan practically shot forward and grabbed the peel that Yang Chen had thrown away. With his eyesight, he immediately determined that this was definitely a mysterious yang fruit. Moreover, it was a mysterious yang fruit that was no less than 1,000 years old. 1,000-year-old mysterious yang fruit. Unexpectedly, Yang Chen had not handled it at all, but had just broken it open and thrown it into his mouth. At this moment, Wang Yuan's heart felt even more painful than being cut into pieces. What kind of prodigal son would think of eating a mysterious yang fruit raw? Moreover, he even wanted to peel off the skin? This 1,000-year-old mysterious yang fruit, if refined into a foundation establishment pill, could simply let a person directly reach the foundation establishment stage. There would no longer be any possible or impossible problems. Holding the two halves of the thick, mysterious yang fruit, looking at the juice still dripping from it, Wang Yuan wished that he could kick Yang Chen, this prodigal son, out of the sect and make him scram as far away as possible. Resisting the pain in his heart, Wang Yuan took the 2 pieces of peel and angrily asked Yang Chen, "Do you know what this is?" "I don't know, but it's very delicious." Yang Chen disapprovingly replied. After he finished speaking, he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, as if he was still savoring the sweet taste of the mysterious yang fruit. "You don't know." Wang Yuan almost roared out, "Don't tell me you haven't learned how to identify medicinal ingredients." "I've never learned, and no one taught me." Yang Chen looked at Wang Yuan innocently as he slowly said in a tone that could make people burn with anger, "Even if I asked someone else, they wouldn't tell me." "Oh right, who are you?" Only then did Wang Yuan remember why he had come. At the same time, he also heard Yang Chen's words. He suddenly felt extremely dissatisfied with Chu Heng, who had secretly set Yang Chen up. If he hadn't asked Yang Chen to learn how to identify medicinal ingredients, would Yang Chen have been able to destroy such a high-quality medicinal ingredient? If this foundation establishment pill had been given to him, he would have definitely become an inner sect disciple. "I'm Wang Yuan, the new manager of the Yeshio Manor." Wang Yuan finally suppressed his anger and revealed his identity. Of course, even if he didn't say it, Yang Chen knew that Wang Yuan had become an inner sect disciple later on. It could be said that there was someone like him in the Bright Moon Hall. "So it's the new manager. My apologies for not recognizing you." Yang Chen hurriedly cupped his hands and apologized. "Someone serve tea!" When Chanda brought the tea in, Yang Chen directly said to Chinda, "Chinda, take the peel away. Don't let Manager Wang see it as a joke." Looking at Wang Yuan almost with a reluctant expression, he put the 2 pieces of profound yang fruit skin in his hands on the plate held by Chinda. Yang Chen smiled and said, "I picked up a few fruits on the way to the apprenticeship. There is nothing special about them. They are delicious. If Steward Wang wants to have a taste, I'll pick a few more for Steward Wang when I have the qualifications to go out." Wang Yuan's eyes widened when he heard this. There's actually 1,000-year mysterious yang fruit? Chapter 46. Listening to Yang Chen's tone, not only did he have more than 1,000-year mysterious yang fruit, Yang Chen had eaten more than one. At this moment, Wang Yuan finally understood why Yang Chen could rely on brute force to defeat a 3rd-layer Qi practitioner-disciple. 1,000-year mysterious yang fruit, and only eating the flesh. Who knew what kind of miraculous medicinal effects it would have? Although Shen De was only a servant, he had learned the basics in a systematic way. At first, when he heard Yang Chen's instructions, he thought it was just some ordinary fruit peel. But when he saw Wang Yuan's reluctant gaze, he began to pay attention. Looking at the 2 pieces of fruit peel, his mind quickly flashed through one by one, and after a moment, he was finally able to determine what it was. Although he did not dare to be completely sure, Wang Yuan's expression had already turned the little bit of doubt he had into a certainty. Compared to Wang Yuan, Shen Da's performance was even more unbearable. After confirming that the peel was indeed the mysterious yang fruit, and it was the skin of a very old mysterious yang fruit, Shen Da's entire body became sluggish. Holding the tray, he just stood there in a daze, his eyes fixed on the 2 pieces of fruit peel, no longer able to move an inch. The skin of an old mysterious yang fruit had at least 30% of its medicinal power inside. Even if it was not enough to refine a foundation-building pill, the remaining medicinal power was enough to refine a few extremely effective qi-nourishing pills. With these qi-nourishing pills, he might be able to break through the bottleneck of the 3rd-layer qi practitioner and enter the 4th-layer qi practitioner realm. This thing, was it going to be his? Listening to Yang Chen's words, it was clearly so. However, Shen De still did not dare to believe it. His mind was buzzing until he heard what Yang Chen said. 1,000-year mysterious yang fruit. There was more. Shen De was shocked to the point where he stood. Wang Yuan was also shocked to the point where he did not know what to say. As for the original intention of rushing here, he had long thrown it beyond the 9 heavens. What arrogant and unruly attitude! What taking care of senior brother Chu's face! How could it compare to a real 1,000-year profound yang fruit? Even though Wang Yuan was already at the 8th layer of qi refining, he couldn't help but breathe heavily at this moment. After taking a few deep breaths, he forced himself to calm down. He looked up at Yang Chen and asked, "Is this true?" His face was filled with surprise and joy, but also a bit of disbelief. "It's just a fruit. It's not a big deal." Yang Chen found it funny, but he continued to say, generously, "If Steward Wang needs it, I will still say the same thing. When I have the qualifications to travel, I dare not promise you anything else. But I will definitely bring one back for Steward Wang." After saying that, as if afraid that Wang Yuan wouldn't believe him, he stretched out his hand and swore, "I swear on my inner demon. You don't have to doubt me anymore, right?" Wang Yuan no longer had any doubts when he heard Yang Chen swear on his heart demon. For cultivators, the most taboo was to say something that didn't match one's heart, especially this kind of great vow of inner demons. Once it was made, if one traveled, the only result would be the birth of inner demons, and they would never be able to advance in this life. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare to casually swear on their heart demon. For Yang Chen, a profound yang fruit was really nothing. If this Wang Yuan could take care of him like Shangguan Feng and let Yang Chen live comfortably during his time at Yishio Manor, Yang Chen wouldn't mind giving him one. It might be precious outside, but for Yang Chen, who had tens of thousands of profound yang fruit, It might just be a delicious fruit. Good. Junior Brother Yang, if you have any requests in the future at Ishio Manor, don't hesitate to look for me. Wang Yuan directly patted his chest and promised, as long as it's not too excessive, I won't refuse. Then, can Steward Wang tell me what this fruit is? Yang Qin smiled and asked somewhat slyly if Yang Qin hadn't sworn on his heart demon. Wang Yuan might have thought of ways to hide the secret of the profound yang fruit. But now he didn't even care that there was a servant beside him, Shinda, and directly explained, "This is 1,000-year-old profound yang fruit, the main ingredient for refining the foundation establishment pill. With this 1,000-year-old profound yang fruit, I am confident that I can reach the foundation establishment stage within 10 years. When that time comes, I will have to thank Junior Brother Yang for your generosity." Well said, well said. As Yang Qin listened, he already knew in his heart that if nothing unexpected happened and Wang Yuan presided over Ishio Manor, his days would no longer be disturbed. Moreover, with the excuse of Shangguan Feng and Wang Yuan, no one would suspect him even if he cultivated a little faster. Not everyone had the opportunity to eat the 1,000-year-old profound yang fruit like it was a fruit. Wang Yuan quickly took his leave, but before he left, he still gave Yang Qin some pointers. He came in a hurry and finally left with a happy face. Yang Qin only used a profound yang fruit and achieved his goal without bloodshed. His display of strength had instantly turned into a joyous party. Chu Heng's arrangements were already meaningless, at least in Ishio Manor. The housekeeper had completely sided with Yang Qin, but the others did not dare to be rude to Yang Qin because of Chu Heng's own instructions. In Ishio Manor, Yang Qin was simply below one person and above tens of thousands of people, and he could do whatever he wanted. However, Yang Qin did not waste too much time on these boring things. The sooner he reached the foundation establishment stage, the sooner Yang Qin could become a disciple of his master, and the sooner he could arrange many things. Why would he have any time to waste? Shin Da's luck was deep to the extreme. He had obtained 2 halves of the profound yang fruit skin from Yang Qin, and it just so happened that among the servants, one of them knew some basic alchemy techniques and could refine more than a dozen low-level qi nourishing pills. Even if they could not monopolize it, 1 or 2 per person was also a great thing. At least they had seen the hope of reaching the 4th layer of refining. Knowing where these benefits came from, and also knowing Wang Yuan's attitude towards Yang Qin, Shinda and the other servants served Yang Qin with more dedication, which made Yang Qin very satisfied. After dealing with the new housekeeper Wang Yuan, Yang Qin once again fell into the state of crazy cultivation, practicing the yin-yang 5 elements, with the experience and foundation of the yang 5 elements, only took a month. However, the yin-yang 5 elements secret art was always open, and even with Yang Qin's powerful spiritual sense, it was only after 3 months that he was lucky enough to succeed once. If there was a first time, there would be a second time. Yang Qin also knew the principle of more haste, less speed. Every day he was just looking for experience, looking for methods. Finally, the number of times the yin-yang 5 elements secret art was more and more. The time was getting longer and longer, and the cultivation method was getting more and more stable. Finally, 1.5 years after Yang Qin stepped into the Ishio Manor, the yin-yang 5 elements secret art was finally completed. Yang Qin could finally put on a dignified appearance of qi refining, and became an official outer sect disciple of Chunying Palace. Chapter 47. When Yang Qin came out of the quiet room, completely, counting the days, he had spent 1 year and 4 months in the quiet room alone. For such a long time, Yang Qin had been practicing in the quiet room. When he came out, at most, he would take a short break and eat something, and then immediately return to the quiet room to practice. However, the cultivation of the yin-yang 5 elements secret art was unexpectedly difficult for Yang Qin. In such a long time, the practice of the yin-yang 5 elements secret art took only 1.5 months. The rest of the time was all in harmonizing the yin-yang 5 elements secret art. From the beginning to the end, Even if Yang Qin cultivated the three purities secret arts, powerful spiritual awareness control, it took such a long time to succeed. Compared to Yang Chen's expectations, at least the difficulty of the beginning was several times higher. Fortunately, everything was difficult at the beginning. The most basic cultivation method had been mastered, and the future cultivation road was smooth. Yin-Yang 5 Elements Secret Art. Before he had fully refined the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Secret Art to reach the great Yin-Yang 5 Elements Secret Art, Yang Qin used the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Secret Art to call his own cultivation method. No matter what each of the 10 cultivation methods he practiced was called, for Yang Qin, it was just called the first wood, second wood, third fire, fourth fire, fifth earth, sixth earth, seventh metal, ninth water, and 10th water. These 10 kinds of spiritual power. Of course, what Yang Qin showed to the outside was the fourth fire cultivation method, because this was the cultivation method he got from the training room of the Ishio Villa in Chunyang Palace. During these days, Wang Yuan, the chief steward of the Ishio Villa, took good care of Yang Qin. Not only was the monthly portion issued on time and in full, but there were always a few days a month in Yang Chen's huge pavilion for a few days. Every time it was Chief Steward Wang's turn. It was also the time when he gave Yang Qin pointers on cultivation methods and various basic knowledge. The high treatment could make people envious. When Yang Qin came out, Wang Yuan had been waiting in the huge pavilion. Half a month ago, Yang Qin said that he was going to retreat, and he already had the confidence. Wang Yuan seemed to believe this and had been waiting here today. When he saw Yang Qin, his eyes lit up, he looked up and down, and then he congratulated him loudly. When he saw Yang Qin today, Wang Yuan was keenly aware of the difference. Yang Qin had an unusually obvious fire attribute, spiritual power. It was clearly a sign that he had succeeded in refining qi. In the past, Yang Qin used the reverse 5 elements cultivation method to compress his spiritual power. Today, he finally no longer concealed it. After entering the Ishio manor, he had to start from the beginning. Moreover, Chu Han made a few small stumbling blocks for him. Yang Qin was still able to reach the standard of the first level of qi refining in a short period of a year and a half. No one dared to say that his understanding was insufficient. None of the preparatory disciples who had entered the Ishio manor at the same time as him had succeeded in refining their qi. This had already highlighted Yang Qin's excellence. Although Yang Qin's basic knowledge seemed to be lacking in others' eyes, no one could stop Yang Qin from joining the ranks of the outer disciples of Chunyang Palace. Not even the technique imparting disciple, Chu Heng. Yang Qin was well aware of what Wang Yuan wanted. In any case, he had already sworn the Great Heart Demon Oath. So Wang Yuan was not afraid that Yang Qin would go back on his word. Instead, he withstood Chu Heng's pressure and protected Yang Qin in every way possible. It was the same now. Wang Yuan was even prepared for this. Seeing that Yang Qin had indeed stepped into the first layer of qi refining, he congratulated him and clapped his hands twice. Immediately, 2 servants walked in from outside the door, each carrying a tray. There were even 2 servants, a man and a woman. The man was Shenda, and the woman was the maid who controlled the illusion talisman. Among the trays in their hands, one had an embroidered cloth bag, and the other had a tray full of spirit stones. This is the Qiankuan bag given by my master after becoming an outer disciple. Wang Yuan grabbed the embroidered cloth bag and stuffed it into Yang Qin's hands. He enthusiastically introduced it. As long as you add your divine sense mark to it, you can use it as you please. Yang Qin's heart was calm, but his face was pleasantly surprised as he took the Qiankuan bag. Following Wang Yuan's instructions, he imprinted his divine sense mark on it. Then, pretending to be new, he began to look inside and outside. Wang Yuan did not disturb Yang Qin's actions. When he first received the Qiankuan bag, he was also overjoyed. So, he understood Yang Qin's current mood very well. After waiting for Yang Qin to finish playing with the Qiankuan bag, Wang Yuan brought over the second tray of spirit stones. Since martial uncle Chu said that your treatment is similar to that of a third-layer Qi refining disciple, then every month you'll get 1 gene of low-grade spirit stones. You didn't need them before, but now I'll compensate you for what you've received since you entered the sect. Yang Qin did not stand on ceremony. He accepted it all and put it into the brand new Qinkuan bag. Once Yang Qin finished doing all this and dismissed the servants, Wang Yuan asked, "Junior Martial Brother Yang, do you plan to go to Nine Earth Mountain Villa now, or stay at Yixiu Mountain Villa for a while? In my opinion, it's better for us cultivators to be upright and peaceful." Now that Yang Chen was an official outer sect disciple, according to common sense, he should naturally go to Nine Earth Mountain Villa, where outer sect disciples learned and cultivated. But now that Chu Heng was the strength-imparting disciple, he probably wouldn't treat Yang Chen very well. If he stayed at Yixiu Mountain Villa, he could enjoy special treatment, but there were pros and cons to everything. If he stayed at Yixiu Mountain Villa and waited until the 3 years were up, Chu Heng would most likely step down as the strength-imparting disciple and be replaced by someone else. At most, he would waste 1.5 years of Yang Chen's time, but he wouldn't have to directly face the conflict with Chu Heng. Peace and quiet didn't seem to be a bad thing. Although Nine Earth Mountain Villa had Chu Heng overseeing it, everyone there was an outer sect disciple. Whether it was technique, guidance, distribution of spirit stones and resources, or even interaction between fellow disciples, it was much better than Yixiu Mountain Villa. After all, Yixiu Mountain Villa was only a place for preparatory disciples to learn. Even with Wang Yuan's care and guidance, it was still not as thorough as the guidance of foundation, establishment, inner sect disciples. Moreover, Nine Earth Mountain Villa's location was richer than Yixiu Mountain Villa and had many benefits for cultivation. If there was no Chu Heng, going to Nine Earth Mountain Villa would be the best choice. But it was precisely because of Chu Heng that Wang Yuan asked Yang Qin for his opinion. We cultivators face difficulties head-on. If I stop because of one martial Uncle Chu, then no matter how amazing I am, I'm just a mediocre person. Yang Qin knew Wang Yuan's meaning, but he didn't accept Wang Yuan's good intentions to keep the peace. He pondered for a moment, then said, "If I shrink back today, I will shrink back in the future. I don't think I'm worthy of Senior Brother Wang's attention. Senior Brother Wang, please make arrangements. I will go to Nine Earth Mountain Villa in the next few days." In his previous life, Yang Chen had fallen to such a state because of this kind of personality. He wouldn't repeat the same mistake in this life. These few short sentences gave Wang Yuan an indescribable feeling. He didn't know where he suddenly felt a sense of pride. Well said. Junior Brother Yang, I suddenly had some enlightenment. I will go into seclusion for 10 days. After 10 days, I will send someone to send you to Nine Earth Mountain Villa. Chapter 48. Wang Yuan was originally a peaceful person. This was very similar to Yang Chen's previous life. He did not have much of a competitive heart, otherwise he would not have had the chance to manage the Yixiu manor. However, Yang Chen's words had given him a flash of inspiration. He had vaguely grasped the essence of what he always felt was missing. Now, Wang Yuan already felt that all the power in his body was faintly vibrating, as if he was about to break through. This feeling made him look forward to it, and excited. This flash of inspiration was really rare. Perhaps the matter of Yang Qin could only be delayed for a few days. Moreover, even if it was immediately arranged, it was impossible for Yang Qin to become an outer sect disciple immediately. Every sect had their own rules, and Yang Qin was extremely clear about the rules of Chunyang Palace. If a preparatory disciple wanted to become an official outer sect disciple, there was still a necessary ceremony. Only then would he be considered to have truly entered the sect. All the outer sect disciples had a nominal master-disciple relationship with the teaching disciples. This was the relationship between Sun Haijing and Chu Heng. However, from the attribute of Sun Haijing's spirit root, he would also join the Bright Moon Hall in the future, so he would naturally curry favor with Chu Heng. Chu Heng would also deliberately take care of him, so the relationship between the two was even closer than the others. Even if Wang Yuan sent a message through a communication method, it would take a few days before Yang Chen could move. Yang Chen was not in a hurry. He could use the time he had to wait to make some talisman papers. After sending Wang Yuan off, Xinda arrived before Yang Chen, respectfully. Ever since he had beaten him into submission, Xinda's attitude towards Yang Chen had always been like this. After waiting for Yang Chen to sit down, Xinda respectfully took out a small jade bottle from his universe pouch and presented it to Yang Chen. "What is this?" Yang Chen did not extend his hand to receive it. Instead, he looked at the jade bottle and asked in surprise, "Young Master Yang, this is the energy recovery pill refined from the skin of the profound Yang fruit." Xinda quickly explained, "This originally belonged to young Master Yang, so it's best to return it to him." With that, he placed the jade bottle on the table in front of Yang Chen. Yang Chen stared at Xinda and looked at it for a long time. Then he shook his head and said, "You take it and use it. It's not of much use to me." Xinda panicked. If Yang Chen did not want it, then wouldn't he have wasted all his efforts? Xinda was convinced that he had been defeated by Yang Chen empty-handed. However, he was a smart person. After the battle, he discovered that Shanghai Feng had gone into seclusion and succeeded in 2 months, becoming an inner sect disciple. Today, he saw with his own eyes that after Wang Yuan and Yang Chen talked, they were in a hurry to retreat. It would be strange if there was nothing strange about it. Thinking of the attitude of the previous 2 general managers towards Yang Chen, it was not difficult for Xinda to understand that they must have gotten some great benefits from Yang Chen. Otherwise, why would they take the risk of offending the inner sect's martial uncle Chu to help Yang Chen? Moreover, Xinda also recognized from the skin afterwards that it was the skin of the profound Yang fruit the year before last. Yang Chen still had it, which meant that it was self-evident. If he did not hold onto Yang Chen's thick thighs, he would not have any chance when Yang Chen left Yishio Manor. Xinda had a quick discussion with the servants who had helped him last time. At that time, he had asked He Lian to refine the qi-nourishing pill, but none of them had taken it. That was why they had offered the medicine today. Seeing that Yang Chen didn't accept it, Xinda didn't even think about it. He directly knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Young Master Yang, I know that young Master has a promising future. I have offended you in the past. Please forgive me. I've long forgotten about those things." Yang Chen smiled. He did not have enough time to cultivate. How could he make life difficult for a few slaves from Yishio Manor? He was not a narrow-minded person like Chu Heng. "Young Master, the 4 of us hope to be able to serve young Master all the time." Xinda did not hide it. Facing Yang Chen, he directly stated his request. As he spoke, 3 people came in from outside. They came to Yang Chen and knelt in a row with Xinda. They were He Lian, Yuan Ting, and Gu Kun. They were the 3 slaves who had been beaten by Yang Chen. Yang Chen did not expect such a scene. However, he did not have any ill feelings towards the 4 of them. Although at the beginning, the 4 of them were against him under the arrangement of Chu Heng, after being taught a lesson by him, they served him honestly and never made any mistakes. Speaking of which, Yang Chen was also quite satisfied. The 4 of them wanted to follow Yang Chen. They saw Yang Chen's future development and wanted to take the opportunity to go further. Everyone had the desire to improve, and Yang Chen would not strike them down. In any case, the 4 of them were easy to use. Moreover, they were considered to have high cultivation among the slaves. Yang Chen did not mind them following him. In any case, there would be slaves to serve him when he arrived at 9 Earth Manor. The 4 of them saw that Yang Chen was still muttering to himself. They looked at each other and then knelt on the ground in unison. "Please allow it, young master." After a while, the 4 people who were kneeling on the ground heard Yang Chen's promised voice, "Okay, get up." The 4 of them were overjoyed. When they straightened their backs, they discovered that the jade bottle containing the qi-nourishing pills had been delivered to them by Yangchen. "Young master, this was originally yours. We only refined it a little." Shinda naturally did not dare to take these things. They only hoped that Yang Chen would give them some pointers when the opportunity arose. That was enough. "You refined it? He Lian?" Yang Chen looked at He Lian and asked. He Lian hurriedly nodded. Yang Chen smiled and reached out to open the jade bottle. He took out a pill and looked at it carefully. A small flame suddenly rose from his finger and wrapped around the pill in his hand. It was just a qi-nourishing pill. Yang Chen did not need to use the techniques of the Elder Lord Pill Art and the Pill Accumulation Scripture. Although Yang Chen's flame was small, it had already burned the qi-nourishing pill to a smaller size after a moment. Subsequently, Yang Chen did the same for the dozen or so pills in the bottle. After they were all completed, he put them into the jade bottle and sent it to the four of them. The qi-nourishing pill was refined a little to remove some impurities. Seeing that the four of them were still hesitant to take it, Yang Chen smiled. "This thing is useless to me. Take it." The four of them exchanged glances again. Shinda reached out and took the jade bottle. He put it away like he had received a treasure. As for He Lian, her eyes were filled with admiration when she saw the scene just now. A person who could refine pills with his bare hands at the first level of qi training stage. Even if it was a qi-nourishing pill, his future would definitely be limitless. "Oh, right, Shinda, your foundation is not bad. Take 2 qi-nourishing pills tonight. Keep one in your mouth. You might be able to break through to the 3rd level of qi training stage in one go." Yang Chen suddenly turned to Shinda and pointed out, "When you feel that you still have half of your mana left, take the pill in your mouth. There's at least a 70% chance." Chapter 49. When Shinda heard this, his face was filled with ecstasy. His guess was finally confirmed. Although Yang Chen was only at the first layer of qi refinement, he had a pair of discerning eyes. He could easily see the bottlenecks in everyone's cultivation and give them pointers. Shang Guanfeng was like this, Wang Yuan was like this, and now it was finally his turn. This was something that Shinda had suspected when he discovered that Yang Chen had a photographic memory, but he had never mentioned it to the others. Now that they heard Yang Chen say so straightforwardly, no matter how stupid the others were, they had been serving by Yang Chen's side for a long time, so they knew what had happened. For a moment, the other 3 looked at Shinda with an envious gaze. Shinda easily obtained Yang Chen's pointers, but he didn't know when they would have such an opportunity. Shinda has accumulated enough. He just doesn't know the method to break through. Yang Chen saw through He Lian, Yuan Ting, and Gu Kun's thoughts at a glance and said, "It's not time for you guys yet. Work hard." "Yes, young master." The 3 immediately came to their senses and bowed to Yang Chen. After Yang Chen finished speaking, he didn't let them leave. Instead, he raised his hand and a ball of flame appeared again. The delicate flame in Yang Chen's hand began to change into various shapes. One moment it became a flame thread, the next moment it became a ball of fire, and the next moment became a lifelike animal made of flames. In Yang Chen's hand, the flame seemed to come to life. Shinda, He Lian, Yuan Ting, and Gu Kun were dumbfounded when they saw Yang Chen control the flame as he pleased. Flames could be used like this? Especially Gu Kun, who cultivated the flaming palm and obviously had the same fire spirit root as Yang Chen. Her eyes almost popped out of her head. No wonder Yang Chen could easily refine the impurities in the qi-nourishing pill. This extraordinary technique of controlling fire was outstanding even among the inner sect disciples in the foundation establishment stage. The 4 servants all thought this way, and their admiration for Yang Chen grew even stronger. Sometimes, cultivation doesn't have to be all about fighting. Yang Chen's words rang in the 4's ears at the right time. Consider some other directions, and it can broaden your horizons. In the future, when you cultivate, don't be restricted by the power of your Fa. Control is also very important. This was what Yang Chen had after he entered the Golden Core stage in his previous life. Of course, he wouldn't make the same mistakes in this life. However, in the ears of the four people, these words were like the morning bell and evening drum, opening up a whole new world in front of everyone's eyes. Originally, they had been cultivating with all their might just for the sake of breaking through to the next realm and having powerful combat strength. Only now did they realize that they had already strayed from the right path. Thank you, young master, for your guidance. The four people sincerely thanked Yangqin. This time, Yangqin did not keep them and waved them out. He slowly tasted the spiritual power in his body and began to ponder what kind of talisman he should make before going to the 9-Earth Mountain Villa. This time, Yangqin didn't keep them and waved his hand for them to leave. He slowly tasted the surging F-Ali in his body and began to ponder what kind of talismans he should make before going to the 9-Earth Mountain Villa. Talismans were made with higher-level materials and stronger F-Ali. The principle was the same as talisman paper, but its power was many times greater. Just as Yangqin was pondering in the 9-Earth Villa of the Meiqing Mountain in the Pure Yang Palace, the disciple on duty, Chu Heng, looked at the message from Wang Yuan, the general manager of the Ishio Villa. Just as Yangqin was pondering in the 9-Earth Mountain Villa of Meiqing Mountain in Chunying Palace, the disciple on duty, Chu Heng, was looking at the message from Wang Yuan, the manager of Ishio Mountain Villa. Chu Heng was a prideful person. With his status as a foundation establishment disciple, if he were to personally deal with Immortal, he would not be able to put down his pride. However, for the sake of Taishiman Li Qingqin's request, he had asked Sun Haijing to deliberately make things difficult for Yangqin during the disciple recruitment, just so that Yangqin would not have any chance. However, he did not expect that after Du Qian appeared, Yangqin would seize the opportunity to defeat Sun Haijing, ruthlessly humiliating him. After that, Chu Heng ordered the previous two supervisors of Yeshio Manor to make things difficult for Yangqin. He heard that the rules that Yangqin had set were well implemented in Yeshio Manor. However, under these circumstances, Yangqin was still able to cultivate to the first layer of qi refining. Furthermore, he was the first among the 20 or so disciples that year. It was truly infuriating. He had thought that with the head steward of Yeshio Manor handling this matter and the rules he had announced, no one would dare to break it. Now, it seemed that it was completely ineffective. He didn't know who had broken the rules. If he found out who it was, he would definitely teach that guy a lesson. However, right now, he had no choice but to seriously consider how to deal with Yangqin. If he allowed Yangqin to become an outer sect disciple, he would be going back on his word. Chu Heng definitely could not let this happen. However, Yangqin had already reached the first layer of qi refining, so he had no way of stopping it. After thinking it over, Chu Heng could only call Sun Haijing over and tell him the news. Go and think of a way to prevent that Yangqin from reaching 9-Earth Manor. Chu Heng said coldly, turned around, and was about to leave. I don't care what you do, but you can't let anyone discover that you've broken the sect rules. Otherwise, even I won't be able to save you. Of course, I don't know anything about what you've done, understand? Sun Haijing hurriedly nodded and replied respectfully, Yes, master. Who? A ray of light shot out from Chu Heng's hand and directly flew in front of Sun Haijing. This is a magic tool that I've refined for you. Refine it as soon as possible. It will help your strength. There's also a batch of spirit stones. Use them as you see fit. Many thanks, master. Sun Haijing was overjoyed and once again loudly thanked Sun Haijing. He was extremely respectful, completely the attitude of a disciple towards his master. Only when Chu Heng had disappeared without a trace did Sun Haijing raise his head, and a trace of a sinister smile appeared on his face. His eyes also shone with a hint of spirit. Yangqin would only reach 9-Earth Manor from Ishio Manor in 10 days. Meiqing Mountain was very large, and the distance between 9-Earth Manor and Ishio Manor would take a full 5 days for an ordinary person to travel on foot. Even an outer sect disciple of the first layer of chi refining would need around 3 days before learning the flying technique. This period of time was enough for Sun Haijing to arrange a few accidents. When he thought of how he had been beaten unconscious by Yang Qin in front of his fellow disciples a year and a half ago, Sun Haijing couldn't help but feel a wave of anger rise within him. If it weren't for the fact that outer sect disciples wouldn't come to Ishio Manor for no reason, Sun Haijing would have long thought of a way to end Yang Chen's life. Now that he had Chu Heng's support, Sun Haijing definitely wouldn't let Yang Chen take a step into Nine Earth Manor alive. Chapter 50. 10 days was nothing to Yang Chen, but he had at least a few dozen talismans in his hands. When he was making talismans, no one saw him, so they naturally didn't know that he had made a few talismans for each of the other elements besides the fire element. After being nourished by Yang Chen's universe treasure nurturing technique, these high-level talismans were much more powerful than ordinary talismans. On the 7th day, Shinda came out of seclusion. His face was full of joy, and his eyes were much brighter than before. Under Yang Chen's guidance and the effects of the 3 Qi nourishing pills, he finally broke through the bottleneck of the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Yuan Ting, Helian, and Gu Kun looked at Shinda with a trace of envy in their eyes. At the same time, they also looked forward to it. Shinda's today might be there tomorrow. The premise was that they could still receive guidance from Yang Chen like Shinda. On the 9th day, the entire Yeshio Manor heard Steward Wang Yuan's excited howl. Following the howl, Wang Yuan's figure appeared in the sky and headed straight for Huge Xian. Ha 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 ha. Just like Shangguan Feng, who was halfway through building his foundation, Wang Yuan let out a hearty laugh as soon as he arrived at Huge Xian. Junior Marshal Brother Yang, your words have helped me reach the 9th layer of the aura refining realm. Yang Qin came out early to welcome him. When he heard Wang Yuan's words, he congratulated him profusely. It's all thanks to Junior Brother. Wang Yuan smiled and cupped his hands at Yang Qin. Then he saw Shinda behind Yang Qin. After a while, he nodded his head and said to Chinda, Chinda, to be able to improve even further, it is indeed hard work. Congratulations. It's all thanks to young Master Yang's guidance. Shinda hurriedly bowed. He was a servant, so his identity was different from a disciple. Moreover, Shinda didn't dare to take credit. Oh, Junior Brother Qin, your eyes are like torches. Wang Yuan wasn't surprised at all, as if he had already guessed that Shanghai Feng's foundation building should be related to Yang Qin. It's all thanks to Senior Brother's guidance in the past. I've heard about it from Senior Brother. I thought he looked a little like him, so I just said a few words. Yang Qin spoke modestly, but he transferred all the credit to Wang Yuan himself. After chatting for a while, Wang Yuan said, Junior Brother Yang, I'll have someone send you to the 9 Earth Mountain Villa tomorrow morning. Unfortunately, I'm the manager and can't leave without permission. Otherwise, I'd definitely personally send you there. I don't dare to trouble you, Senior Brother. Yang Chen hurriedly said politely and then said, I have a request. I've been using these servants for the past year and want to bring them to the 9 Earth Mountain Villa. Is it convenient for Senior Apprentice Brother? What's inconvenient about it? Just bring it along. Wang Yuan did not take this seriously at all. Official disciples all had their own servants. Those who were used to working with them would always follow their master. Even if there weren't 10,000, there were at least 8,000. However, he was a bit envious of Shin Da's group of Four's luck. Whether it was the 9 Earth Mountain Villa or the 9 Earth Mountain Villa, they both had servants. Some of the servants' cultivation was even higher than the official disciples. These people were originally disciples, but because their aptitude wasn't enough and their future was dim, they became servants. However, because they had cultivated for a long time, they had also reached the 9th level of Qi refining and even the peak of Qi refining. For official disciples, having servants with higher cultivation than them was a kind of motivation and stimulation, making them work harder in their cultivation. This was also a common method used by all sects and clans. There was nothing special about it. On one hand, it would settle those disciples who failed with insufficient comprehension, and on the other hand, it would teach the new disciples a lesson, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Since Yang Chen asked for 4 servants, when Yang Chen sent them on their way the next day, other than a servant from the 9 Earth Mountain Villa who led the way, there were 2 men and 2 women behind Yang Chen. Meiqing Mountain had always been the territory of Chunyang Palace. The entire mountain range was about 1,000 li in circumference. The 9 Earth Mountain Villa was the place with the thinnest spiritual qi. 9 Earth Mountain Villa was only about 400 li into Meiqing Mountain Villa. The servant leading the way did not say much and only walked with his head lowered. There was only Yang Chen, who was at the first level of qi refining. He could not fly yet, so he could only walk step by step to 9 Earth Mountain Villa. However, when he reached the second level of qi refining, he could refine a few flight talismans or paper cranes instead of walking. At that time, his speed would be much faster. There were no accidents on the first day's journey. They walked at full speed and only stopped after traveling more than 200 li. Each of them sat down to meditate and recover their qi. After resting for 2 hours, they continued their journey through the night. It was already nighttime, and the sky was not very good. The stars in the sky were almost impossible to see. Fortunately, the person leading the way was very familiar, and there was only one path to 9 Earth Mountain Villa, so they wouldn't get lost. After walking for another 2 hours, when the sky was about to be slightly bright, Yang Chen suddenly noticed a trace of strangeness. It seemed that the spiritual qi in the surrounding environment was a bit stronger than usual. A normal person would absolutely not notice such a difference, but Yang Chen raised his vigilance. At the same time, he made a careful hand gesture to Shinda and the others behind him. The 4 of them did not doubt it at all and immediately prepared the weapons in their hands. They began to vigilantly observe their surroundings. The servant leading the way in front didn't seem to notice anything and just walked normally. Although he didn't turn his head, he knew what was going on behind him like the back of his hand. The vigilance of Shinda and the others made him very amused and disapproving. This was the territory of Chunyang Palace. Who would dare to cause trouble here? After walking another dozen or so steps, a flash suddenly flashed before everyone's eyes. Each of them discovered that although they were still in the same place, the others had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Because they were prepared, Shinda and the others immediately took out their weapons. However, there was no one in front of them, and they didn't know where the enemy was. Yang Chen stood in the same place and didn't move his feet. He just turned his head and looked left and right. Then, facing a direction, he suddenly said, "Are you waiting for me?" A little outer sect disciple. Your senses are quite sharp. In the direction that Yang Chen was facing, suddenly an erratic voice came out. Someone used all the goods on your body and 10 pounds of low-grade spirit stones to buy your life. When you get to the netherworld, don't make a mistake with your enemy. You're not professional at all. Yang Chen suddenly sneered. You can't say it like that. Oh, then how should I say it professionally? The person hidden in the darkness didn't immediately make a move. Instead, he curiously asked Yang Chen, I always felt that my words weren't powerful enough. Maybe you can help me change them to sound better. Professional words should be like this. A smile appeared on Yang Chen's face. He took a step forward and said, Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. You and I have no grievances in the past, and there is no hatred in the recent days. Today, I will take your life. If you want to blame someone, blame your greed and your employer. I'm sorry for offending you. Chapter 51. Bang! Following Yang Chen's words, a pyroblast talisman exploded in front of Yang Chen. This was the most powerful fire attribute talisman that Yang Chen could currently create. After being nourished by the universe treasure fostering technique, it exploded with a loud bang. The sound wasn't loud, but it directly enveloped the ground in a radius of a few dozen feet. A figure flashed and disappeared. as if it had been engulfed by the power of the pyroblast talisman. At the same time, there was a cry of alarm and a miserable shriek, as well as the scene of a figure struggling in the sea of fire. "Impossible! How did you know my position?" A horrified voice came out from the sea of fire. It seemed that the person had been seriously injured by Yang Chen's pyroblast talisman, and the voice was full of pain. "Because your lousy illusory formation can't shake my mind or affect my senses at all." Yang Chen smiled coldly, then suddenly turned around and swung his fist. A figure that had just appeared sneakily behind him was suddenly hit by Yang Chen's fist. It was as if the figure was sitting on a roller coaster, continuously flipping in the air a few times, then heavily fell to the ground. Immediately after, it disappeared from the ground, as if it had suddenly melted into the background. After this blow, the figure in the sea of fire also disappeared in an instant. There were no more miserable shrieks. Apart from the sound of the flames after the pyroblast talisman exploded, there were no other sounds. Yang Chen wasn't arrogant enough to think that his one punch could end the opponent's life. At least, under his heavy punch, the opponent was still able to quickly escape. This already showed that the opponent's realm was much higher than Xinda's. In Yang Chen's opinion, the opponent was at least at the 6th stage of qi cultivation. "Not coming out?" Yang Chen looked around and suddenly asked, "If you don't come out, I'm going to leave." "Leave?" The hidden person's ethereal voice sounded again, and it was hard to tell where exactly it came from. Why don't you show me?" Yang Chen was too lazy to care about the opponent's contempt. He only took large strides forward, not even looking at his surroundings. The scenery kept changing as Yang Chen strode forward. At this moment, after discovering that Yang Chen was not confused by the previous illusion, the attacker no longer dared to be careless and activated the illusion array with all his might. This was a real formation, unlike Lian's illusory talisman. Its power was incomparable. Even with Yang Chen's powerful spiritual consciousness, he was only able to avoid being confused by the illusions. Therefore, the 2 consecutive attacks basically did not miss. It was just that the other party had used the convenience of the formation to replace himself with an illusion to escape. In front of Yang Chen's eyes, there was a large sea of fire hell. In the darkness before dawn, the sea of fire illuminated everything around, and the enemy was hidden in the sea of fire, waiting for the opportunity to move. Facing the sea of fire, Yang Chen sneered and stepped forward, stepping into the raging flames. Boom! The violent flames flew up, bringing a scorching aura, sweeping towards Yang Chen. This time, the attack was not an illusion. Instead, it was a real attack that was added to the illusion. However, the sky full of flames came to Yang Chen's side. Suddenly a white light flashed, a long sound was heard, and a white mist surrounded Yang Chen. It was Yang Chen who launched the frost talisman in time. The cold air emitted by the frost talisman of the water attribute quickly extinguished the flame, and even the power was not reduced. The surrounding ground was also frozen, forming a piece of white frost. In the white frost, a light flashed, and Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness immediately locked onto it. The other party's image disappeared almost instantly, but Yang Chen's hands were not slow. Together with a few improved 15-ton talismans, it directly covered the entire area. 15-ton talismans were the easiest to make for the earth attribute magic power, but the power of Yang Chen's 15-ton talismans was also extraordinary. The enemy hidden in the illusion array relied on the combination of fast and unparalleled movement techniques and illusions to hide themselves and attack the enemy. The 15-ton talismans released by Yang Chen covered a large area. Even if the hidden enemy's movement technique was fast, it was inevitable that he would be affected, and his movement technique would immediately slow down. In just a moment, the enemy immediately mobilized his magic power and broke the influence of the 15-ton talismans. But for Yang Chen, this moment was enough to lock onto him with spiritual consciousness. Whoosh! the other party finally took out a killer move. A yellow light appeared in the scope of Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness, flying towards Yang Chen at a high speed, but there was no sound of wind, only a yellow electric light. Ding! The yellow light directly hit the front of Yang Chen, making a crisp sound. On Yang Chen's body, a faint outline of a set of armor appeared. The yellow light could not penetrate the light and could only return without success. Armor talisman. The hidden enemy almost gnashed his teeth. You're just a first-layer Qi refining disciple. Where did you get so many talismans? In his mind, a first-layer Qi refining disciple plus 5 third-layer Qi refining slaves. As long as they entered his illusion array, it would be impossible for them to escape. Right now, the 5 third-layer Qi refining slaves were indeed trapped in the illusion array. But he thought that the easiest person to deal with was the main character. But now he was in such a difficult situation that even his talisman attack was useless. The yellow light in his hand was originally a talisman sword that he bought at a high price in the marketplace by chance. Its attack speed was extremely fast, but its destructive power was relatively not too strong. But this was already the most powerful attack he could take out, but it was easily blocked by Yang Chen's armor talisman. What kind of armor talisman could be so powerful? This talisman sword was refined by a peak Qi refining person, but it could not break the armor talisman used by a first-layer Qi refining guy like Yang Chen. It was simply the biggest joke in the world. At the same time that he was surprised, the assassin was also a little afraid. To be able to refine such a powerful armor talisman, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Once he thought that this kid was likely to have some big character supporting him. He felt that this trip was a bit of a waste, and he shouldn't have accepted so few spirit stones. But now the arrow on the bow had to be fired, and he couldn't back out. He could only wait until he ended Yang Chen's life, and then see if he could find a new employer to negotiate the price. Although Yang Chen's armor talisman was powerful, it was not Yang Chen's own power. Once the mana on the talisman disappeared, it would naturally be useless. But a talisman weapon was different. When it was used, it needed to be supported by the user's own mana. The assassin completely believed that he could hold on until the moment Yang Chen could no longer hold on. But the assassin's good plan completely did not expect that Yang Chen's divine sense had already locked onto his position. After blocking the talisman sword's attack, there were already 5 golden on-talismans in Yang Chen's hand. With a wave of his hand, 5 golden lights like sharp swords flew towards the hidden assassin. Chapter 52. The assassin did not expect Yang Chen to have this kind of attack. Although he was surprised, he had no choice but to dodge. The golden on-talisman was an offensive talisman that was similar to the sword aura. Once hit, it was no small matter. The assassin had already discovered from Yang Chen's previous attacks that the power of the talisman in Yang Chen's hands was extremely great. He did not dare to take it head-on. His body flashed and he wanted to dodge. However, Yang Chen's 5 golden on were very well coordinated. They actually completely sealed off the cliff behind him. In a flash, the assassin could only rush towards Yang Chen's direction. In his haste, he did not realize how Yang Chen's golden on could so accurately locate his position. Yang Chen was waiting for this moment. Taking advantage of the assassin's forward momentum, he also rushed forward. A shocking murderous aura suddenly exploded and collided with the rapidly approaching assassin. Even though he was an assassin, he was frightened to death by Yang Chen's murderous aura. At this moment, it was as if he was suddenly facing a death god from the 18th level of hell. Even his limbs did not listen to his commands for a short period of time. At this moment, even if it was only a blink of an eye, it was enough for Yang Chen, who had already rushed in front of the assassin. As he rushed forward, Yang Chen had already taken out the ghost head saber from his merit ring and swung it in front of the assassin. The ghost head saber slashed across the assassin's neck without any obstruction. Even though the assassin was already at Qi training level 6, even though the assassin did not forget to use Fa Li to protect himself, After Yang Qin deliberately carved a few sharpening talismans on the blade, the ghost head saber had almost been upgraded to a practitioner weapon. Chi! Blood shot up into the sky, spurting high into the air from the headless neck. However, Yang Qin had already turned to the side. Not a single drop of blood splashed on his body. From the moment he swung the saber to the moment he withdrew it, it was only a blink of an eye. A dignified Qi training level 6 assassin was already beheaded. Although the assassin was dead, the illusory array did not disappear. Yang Qin was still in the illusory array. Standing in the same place, Yang Qin carefully scanned the surroundings. After confirming that there was only one assassin, he calculated the position and walked to a certain position. Although the effect of this illusory array was good, in the eyes of Yang Qin, it was not a very brilliant thing. With his eyes as a great, principal, golden immortal, he quickly discovered the location of the eye of the formation. This time, he reversed the yin-yang of the 5 elements according to the principle. At the position of the formation, he began to use the formation of the 5 elements of. Even though of Chun was only Qi training level 1, he of Yang of the formation of Yang of and Yang. He to the formation to the formation was to Yang of the formation was Yang Li to say Chen Qiyang into comma Li to of the formation to be. With the loss of the magic power, the formation immediately lost its effect. The scenery in front of him changed and turned into a familiar mountain road. The servant who led the way, Shinda, Gukun, Hilian, and Yuanting were all standing in the same place, with a vigilant posture. Suddenly seeing everyone, the 5 servants were shocked. Then they saw Yang Chen's figure and the decapitated corpse. Shinda and the other 3 people breathed a sigh of relief. The servant who led the way looked at Yang Chen as if he saw a monster. The situation in front of them almost did not need to be asked. At a glance, they could see that someone wanted to kill Yang Chen and them. However, the assassin was killed by Yang Chen, and at the same time, the illusory array was also broken. The assassin's cosmos bag was still on the waist of the corpse. Under the gaze of the 5 people, Yang Chen untied it, opened it, and looked at it. He picked out a few pieces of jade slips and a few pieces of spirit stones, and then threw the cosmos bag to Hilian, who was the closest to him. Hilian took the cosmos bag in amazement. She had not figured out what was going on. However, Yang Chen had already taken a few pieces of jade slips and checked them with his divine sense. After searching a few pieces, he gave one of them to Hilian. This is the guy's formation and experience in using the illusory array. It will be of some help to you. Take it. In the cosmos bag, there are a few small things for setting up formations. They are yours. As for the rest, the 4 of you can divide it. The servant who led the way was stunned and envious as he watched Yang Qin throw the cosmos bag of a master of the 6th level of the Qi refining realm to his servant as if there was nothing in it. A huge wave was set off in his heart. The servant vaguely recognized the identity of the assassin from a certain mark on the corpse. It seemed that he was a rogue cultivator near Meiqing Mountain. He also had some dealings with the people of Chunyang Palace. He knew the strength of the 6th level of the Qi refining realm. He also knew that the guy had obtained a good practitioner weapon a few years ago. He regarded it as a treasure and was unwilling to show it to others. Without thinking, he knew that the practitioner weapon was definitely in the cosmos bag. Yang Chen didn't even blink and gave the item of a master of the 6th level of the Qi refining realm to the servant. This generosity made the servant's heart ache. Just as he was feeling envious, Yang Chen walked over and handed over the spirit stones he had just taken from the cosmos bag. It's been hard on you to lead the way. This is a small token of my appreciation. The servant hastily received it in fear and trepidation. He suddenly felt strange. Why did he feel this way when facing an outer sect disciple of the 1st level of the Qi refining realm? It was as if his heart was filled with respect. Could it be because he killed the assassin of the 6th level? Or was it because he was generous to his servant? This delay lasted for more than 6 hours, and the sky was already bright. Everyone hastily disposed of the assassin's corpse. After resting for a while, they quickly continued on their way. At the entrance of the 9-Earth Mountain Villa, Sun Haijing was gazing in the direction of the mountain pass. That was the only way to get from the elegant post villa to here. Calculating the time that Yangqin left, he should have arrived by now. However, the mountain pass was empty without a single person passing by. After waiting for a full 4 hours, there was no movement. Sun Haijing couldn't help but be secretly happy. After waiting for such a long time, Yangqin still hadn't arrived. He must have been killed on the way. 10 kilograms of low-grade spirit stones for the life of a hateful guy. This deal was really too worth it. Although he was happy, Sun Haijing's face showed an anxious expression. He continuously muttered to himself, "Why isn't he here yet? Why isn't he here yet?" Occasionally, people would pass by and overhear his words. They really thought that he was worried about his new junior brother and was burning with impatience. The longer he waited, the happier Sun Haijing felt. There were already many people who saw his worried appearance and thought about his junior brother. It should be enough. Just when he felt that there was no need to keep pretending to wait, a few figures suddenly appeared from the mountain pass. The one in the middle was the one that he couldn't forget. Even if he died, he wanted to burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Yangqin. Chapter 53. The instant he saw Yangqin's figure, Sun Haijing's expression was as if he'd been kicked in the face right when he was in the midst of bliss. It was brilliant. Inside Meiqing Mountain, on the road from Ishio Villa to 9-Earth Villa, a wandering cultivator had unexpectedly attacked an outer sect disciple of Chunyang Palace. Moreover, the people involved were a servant of 9-Earth Villa and 4 servants of Ishio Villa. There was almost no need to ask about this matter. This matter would absolutely cause the entire Chunyang Palace to be furious. It could be imagined that all the wandering cultivators within a 1,000-mile radius would absolutely be investigated by Chunyang Palace in a frenzy. Although Sun Haijing had carefully changed his appearance when he came into contact with the 6th-level Qi refining wandering cultivator, with such a targeted target, people would definitely suspect him and Chu Heng. When the time came, once the matter was exposed, Chu Heng would absolutely mercilessly push all the blame onto Sun Haijing. Thinking of this, Sun Haijing felt as if he'd fallen into an icy hole. He never would have thought that a 6th-level Qi refining wandering cultivator wouldn't be able to defeat a 1st-level Qi refining guy. Even if he had 5 3rd-level Qi refining servants by his side, they still wouldn't be a match for a 6th-level Qi refining expert. The difference of 5 levels wasn't just a difference of 3 to 500 kilograms of strength. It was simply the difference between life and death. There was still some distance from the mountain pass to here. Sun Haijing was like a rabbit that had been shot by an arrow as he madly ran back to 9-Earth Villa and reported to Chu Heng. "Calm down. Don't panic." Chu Heng glared the panicking Sun Haijing and snorted coldly. "That person is already dead. Empty words have no proof. What are you afraid of?" With Chu Heng's reminder, Sun Haijing was finally able to maintain a normal posture. At least after Yangqin entered 9-Earth Villa, he didn't reveal any flaws. However, the gaze he used to look at Yangqin was filled with resentment. Everyone could understand this point. What was unexpected was that after the stimulation, Sun Haijing, who had already reached the peak of 3rd-level Qi refining, very quickly went into seclusion and began to break through to the 4th-level Qi refining. Moreover, according to Chu Heng's judgment, it was very likely that Sun Haijing would successfully advance this time. Who dares to attack the disciples of Chunyang Palace in Meiqing Mountain? After getting the news that Yangqin and his party were attacked, the senior officials of Chunyang Palace began to get angry. Although a few Yuanying stage ancestors did not move, but a few Jidon stage masters had already begun to roar. No matter which sect it was, if their own disciples were attacked by outsiders, they would not have a good temper. Everyone was furious. The law enforcement hall went out, led by a Jidon stage master, and began to investigate frantically within 1,000 miles of Meiqing Mountain. The rogue cultivators within the area all looked as if they had lost their parents. They frowned all day long and faced the anger of Chunyang Palace. That assassin used an illusion array? Du Qian and Yang Qin had long been familiar with each other, and there was no lack of talking and paving the way for Yang Qin in the law enforcement hall. Naturally, the task of finding first-hand information from Yang Qin fell on his head. Now, Yang Chen was sitting opposite Du Qian, and Yang Chen's 4 servants and the leading servant of 9 Earth Mountain Villa were standing aside. In front of Du Qian, there was also a Qinkuan bag. Du Qian was looking through the things in the Qinkuan bag one by one. The Qinkuan bag was the assassin's thing. In addition to the crystal stones, there were many things inside, including the jade slips that Yang Chen took away and the things that Shinda and the other 3 had received. All of them were here. If Du Qian wanted to investigate, he naturally had to find clues from every item. Sitting next to Du Qian was Chu Heng, the disciple of 9 Earth Mountain Villa. This time he was just listening to the investigation of Du Qian and did not say a word. Looking at Yang Qin, there was always an inexplicable gaze. He used the illusory formation of a practitioner weapon. Even people of the 8th level of Qi refinement higher than him would be confused. Little brother, how did you get out? It was really easy for Chunyang Palace to find the identity of a loose cultivator from the foot of the mountain. Du Qian now also knew that guy's identity. At the same time, from the things he left behind, he also discovered his cultivation and how powerful he was. This was also something that Du Qian could not understand. For Qi refinement 3rd level and 1 Qi refinement 4th level servants were confused, but Yang Qin, an outer sect disciple with the lowest cultivation, Qi refinement 1st level, was completely unaffected. I am an executioner. My killing intent overflows. Very few things that are charming can shake my mind. Yang Qin smiled and said very casually, if not for this killing intent, I might not have been able to escape. Yang Chen spoke casually, but Shenda and the others did not dare to have such an attitude. Shinda's cultivation was the highest, and he was the first to speak. He recalled the situation at that time. There was indeed a killing intent that filled the sky. I did not expect young master's killing intent. The other servants also confirmed Yang Chen's words. Since Yang Chen was not affected by the illusory formation, it was not impossible for him to kill a Qi refinement 6th level guy. Moreover, the killer's corpse had already been found. It was a clean cut, obviously the method of an executioner. The killer was also not a body refinement expert. With the neck against the knife, the result was self-evident. Little brother, you actually have this move? Not bad. Du Qian's eyes lit up, overflowing with killing intent. He was not affected by the illusory formation. The more he thought about it, the brighter his eyes became, but no one knew what he had thought of. Humph. How many people have you killed to condense this kind of killing intent? Aren't you afraid that the heavens will not tolerate it? If Chu Heng had always been biased against Yang Qin, now he already had the intention to kill. Chu Heng would definitely refute words that praised Yang Qin. We, the disciples of Chunyang Palace, do not have murderous stars like you. Junior brother Chu. Du Qian's face immediately darkened, and he said slowly, you want to say that the disciples of the law enforcement hall are all evil? Is that what you mean? Is this your idea alone, Junior brother Chu, or the idea of the entire Bright Moon Palace? Even if Chu Heng had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to speak ill of the law enforcement hall in his own sect. Just now, he only wanted to suppress Yang Qin, but he did not expect to include Du Qian beside him. Senior brother Du. Chu Heng turned pale with fright. If the people of the law enforcement hall knew that it was him who said this, he would probably not have a good ending in this life. He hurriedly explained, "I am talking about Yangchen. He has killed so many people without cultivating, and his killing intent is probably not a blessing of cultivation. He would not dare to insinuate the law enforcement hall. As long as he does not kill people, what does it matter how many he kills?" Du Qian snorted again and did not pursue the matter, but it also made Chu Heng careful, not daring to say anything excessive. Killing intent protective formation, not affected by the illusory formation, Du Qian repeated, and a crazy idea suddenly appeared in his mind. If I let him, an outer sect disciple at the first layer of Qi practitioner, walk the heaven stairway, will it make the people from other sects go crazy? Chapter 54. As soon as this thought appeared, Du Qian couldn't hold back his thoughts anymore. He could already see the dumbstruck expressions of a large group of experts. Thinking of this, Du Qian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chu Heng frowned as he watched Du Qian laugh so presumptuously in front of him. After thinking about it, he decided to endure it. Although their statuses were about the same, Du Qian was currently investigating the attack on Yangchen. If Du Qian insisted on pursuing him, it wouldn't be good. Junior brother Chu, since little brother Yang has officially become an outer sect disciple, then you don't have to mention anything from before. Du Qian boldly threw down these words. In the future, little brother Yang's cultivation in 9 Earth Mountain Villa will need more pointers. Du Qian's request wasn't excessive at all. Chu Heng was a training disciple, and Yangchen was an outer sect disciple, so he had the responsibility of teaching. No matter how much Chu Heng disliked Yangchen, he could only nod. After sending Du Qian off, Chu Heng's expression immediately changed. He faced Yangchen and snorted coldly. "Yangchen, it's still the same. Since you won against a third-layer disciple, then you will receive the treatment of a third-layer disciple. However, you can try and see if you can find someone else to test you in 9 Earth Mountain Villa. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me." At this point, Chu Heng's body leaned forward slightly. He didn't even care that Shinda and the other 3 servants were behind Yangchen and impudently said, "However, I can't guarantee that the pointers you exchange for with contribution points will be correct." With that, he didn't care about Yangchen's attitude. He laughed loudly and walked out, minding his own business. With a flash, he disappeared without a trace. Shinda and the others naturally heard Chu Heng's words and looked at Yangchen with a layer of worry. If Yangchen couldn't receive personal pointers from a training disciple, then wouldn't that mean that many of his cultivation problems couldn't be solved? At least in terms of cultivation speed, he would fall far behind. When Yangchen heard Chu Heng's words, he really wanted to roll his eyes a few times. "I'm a dignified, perfected golden immortal. Why would I need the guidance of a foundation establishment disciple?" Even though he was a veteran, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh at Chu Heng's clown-like performance. This sigh, when stopped in the ears of the 4 servants behind him, had a different feeling. However, Yangchen's previous performance still gave them a lot of confidence. Since he could give pointers to Shangguan Feng and Wang Yuan, maybe the foundation building stage was not a bottleneck at all. All he needed was time. Moreover, with the 1,000-year-old mysterious yang fruit, it seemed like all the problems were no longer problems. In any case, Yangchen finally entered the 9 Earth Mountain Villa and could be considered to have entered the ranks of the outer sect, disciples of Chunying Palace. He was one step closer to becoming a disciple of his master after reaching the foundation establishment stage. The scripture pavilion of the 9 Earth Mountain Villa stored all the cultivation methods and all sorts of pill refinement and artifact refining methods under foundation establishment. There were even the cultivation experiences left behind by many senior experts. As long as one was a person of Chunying Palace, whether it was an outer sect disciple or a servant, they could enter the scripture pavilion to read. However, Not everyone could enter the scripture pavilion at any time and place to read indefinitely. At this step, all the privileges were related to the sect's contribution points. Only by making a corresponding contribution to the sect would the sect give corresponding treatment. Moreover, not only to read in the scripture pavilion, when asking for guidance from the disciples, contribution points were also needed. Of course, every month, official disciples had a monthly salary, all of which were paid with crystal stones. Servants, on the other hand, did not have such good treatment and only received a small amount of crystal stones. But whether it was official disciples or servants, if they wanted contribution points, they had to work for the sect to get them. There were many things needed for a sect to develop, all kinds of materials needed for alchemy and artifact refining. Even crystal stones could be used to exchange for contribution points with the sect. If money was not convenient, then doing hard labor for the sect, such as taking care of the medicinal garden, helping to control the fire to refine pills, purifying materials, and so on, could all earn contribution points to the sect. Yang Chun had just arrived, so naturally his contribution points were 0. However, this was not a problem at all for Yang Chun. As long as he entered the 9 Earth Mountain Villa, it meant that he could walk freely within the sect's sphere of influence in Chunyang Palace. He would not be restricted by the Ishio Mountain Villa that could not leave the villa. There were also 1 or 2 small-scale markets in the surroundings. Unless it was a particularly rare item, if anyone below the foundation establishment stage needed anything, they could basically exchange it in the market. Yang Chen directly used the 1/2 kilogram of low-grade crystal stones that he received in the Ishio Mountain Villa to exchange for 10 contribution points. Then he obtained the right to read in the scripture pavilion for 2 hours. Inside the scripture pavilion there were only jade slips, not the books of the Ishio Mountain Villa. Whether it was an outer sect disciple or a servant, they had already cultivated divine sense and could directly use divine sense to read the jade slips. Jade slips were not only convenient to read, but they could also record a large amount of information. They were many times better than books. Entering the scripture pavilion, Yang Chen began to release his divine sense and looked for what he was looking for one by one. This time what he was looking for was a jade slip of the basic understanding of alchemy. On this jade slip, the basic concepts of true alchemy and the 2 most basic recipes were recorded. What Yang Chen needed was this. With this basic understanding of alchemy, Yang Chen could openly learn the art of alchemy. Then he could openly refine some low-level medicinal pills and exchange them for more sect contribution points. With a large number of sect contribution points, Yang Chen could come into contact with more cultivation methods. His own cultivation would also increase naturally. Yang Chen could not be careless. Each sect valued their own cultivation method inheritance very much. If Yang Chen did not want to be treated as a spy or be killed by people with ulterior motives before becoming a disciple of his master, he had to walk a reasonable cultivation path. For the sake of his master, Yang Chen could endure anything. After an hour of searching, Yang Chen finally found what he wanted. Then, Yang Chen shouted happily in the scripture pavilion. He even alarmed a foundation establishment disciple who was in charge of the scripture pavilion. After being reprimanded, he was chased out of the scripture pavilion. However, almost everyone knew that Yang Chen had learned the jade slip of the basic understanding of alchemy. Seeing that everything was going according to his script, Yang Chen finally let out a happy laugh in his own room. From now on, everything could finally be on the right path. He no longer had to worry about giving himself away. No matter how extraordinary Yang Chen's performance was, in the eyes of the sect's higher-ups, he could only be a genius with great potential to be cultivated. Everyone in the sect should be rejoicing. Chapter 55. A newly promoted outer sect disciple of the 9 Earth Mountain Villa, a guy at the first layer of qi condensation, was actually going to start refining pills. This news spread like wildfire, rapidly spreading throughout the entire 9 Earth Mountain Villa. Yang Chen's great name was also quickly mentioned by everyone. However, when it was mentioned, there were two kinds of emotions. When they heard that when Yang Chen entered the sect, he defeated Sun Haijing, who was at the third layer of qi condensation, everyone's expression was full of astonishment. But when she heard that Yang Chen was in the first layer of the qi refining stage, he didn't do anything. After going to the scriptures pavilion to learn the alchemy beginner solution, he was about to open the furnace for alchemy. The corresponding expression and tone quickly turned into qi. If a first layer of qi condensation can refine pills, then what are we who have cultivated for over 10 or 20 years doing? Regardless of whether it was official disciples or servants, they all had this kind of thought at the same time. Some even clamored out loud. Everyone couldn't help but treat this matter as a joke. How many famous pill refiners had immersed themselves in the Tao of pills for decades, centuries, or even longer? How could there be this kind of guy who overestimated his own abilities and wanted to refine pills as soon as he came up? Not to mention refining pills, being able to control the fire well and not burn a few ordinary ingredients at the first layer of qi condensation was already an impressive performance. Yang Chen didn't listen to these rumors in the slightest. He only had Xin to make a trip to the market square and buy the cheapest pill furnace and a batch of ordinary ingredients. Even so, this purchase also completely squandered the remaining spirit stones Yang Chen received from the elegant post manor. Carrying a large pile of ingredients and a pill furnace that couldn't be any more rotten, Yang Chen began his life of refining pills in seclusion. In the entire 9-Earth mountain villa, apart from Shenda, Helian, and the other 3 servants, no one was optimistic about Yang Chen. On the other hand, Shenda and the others had personally witnessed Yang Chen's brilliant performance of easily removing the impurities of a qi-nourishing pill with his fingers, so they were extremely confident in Yang Chen. However, everyone in the 9-Earth villa, including Shenda and Helian, was curious about what Yang Chen wanted to refine. Regardless of whether it was successful or not, the ingredients Yang Chen was using were all common ingredients that could be bought in the mortal world. At most, they were a bit older, but they were far from being able to provide spirit force. What kind of pill could he refine with these mortal herbs? If they could make that rotten pill cauldron smell a bit of medicine, it would be considered a complete success. This was what 99% of the people in the 9-Earth mountain villa thought. Of course, Chu Heng heard this news, but he didn't say anything in front of others. He only sneered in secret, and secretly had a close disciple spread the news everywhere. It even reached the inner sect. Thus, an outer sect disciple who didn't want to work hard and had delusions of reaching the heavens in a single step reached the ears of many inner sect disciples. Every disciple who heard this felt extremely disdainful towards this person, called Yang Chen. In his own small courtyard, Yang Chen opened up a room to be used as a pill room. After calling Helian, who had some foundation in pill refining, over to help, he began to refine pills for the first time since his rebirth. The pill recipe Yang Chen chose was not one that people knew of now. Instead, it was a pill called the Qi-seeking pill that would only appear in 300 years. The medicinal ingredients used to concoct this type of pill were all common medicinal ingredients. The resulting pill would not increase the user's spiritual energy, nor would it heal any injuries. Furthermore, it was completely useless to disciples who had entered the first layer of qi refining. But for those preparatory disciples who had just started cultivating, this pill was a kind of pill that would make them go crazy. The qi-seeking pill, as the name suggested, was a pill that could find qi. After taking this pill, an ordinary person's sensitivity to qi activity would increase by several times. It was an excellent pill that could help one sense qi. This kind of pill, of course, would not let Yang Chen waste the precious medicinal ingredients in his medicine garden. Medicinal ingredients that were more than 1,000 years old, even the most common medicinal herbs, would have extraordinary medicinal effects. Using the common medicinal ingredients bought in the market square was enough. To Helian, Yang Chen didn't explain it so clearly. He only warned her to pay attention to her own way of controlling fire. The preparatory work had already been completed by Helian. Now Helian was surrounded by piles of sorted medicinal herbs, waiting for Yang Chen's instructions. After everything was ready, Yang Chen sat on the praying mat on the ground. His hand stroked the ears of the low-grade alchemy furnace in front of him and ignited the flame. Last time he chose the fourth fire cultivation method. Naturally, what emerged from Yang Chen's hands was also the fourth fire. 2 wisps of white flame emerged from Yang Chen's hands and gathered in the center of the alchemy furnace. The 2 wisps of flame were pulled into 2 spiral-shaped filaments in the middle of the alchemy furnace. They spiraled from the edge of the alchemy furnace to the middle of the alchemy furnace. He hadn't even started the alchemy. Just this skill of controlling fire made Helian, who was staring at him from the opposite side, give out a heartfelt admiration. In just a few days, it seemed that Yang Chen's ability to control fire had gone up a level, becoming more skillful. Because the thin fire filaments were pulled very thin, the heat of the flame could hardly be felt. One could only see a fine spiral inside the alchemy furnace. Who would have thought that it was all composed of flames? Red flower! Yang Chen suddenly shouted. Helian didn't dare to neglect. She hurriedly threw the already measured red flower into the alchemy furnace. Red ginseng! After throwing the red flower, Yang Chen shouted again. Helian had already been warned, so she didn't panic at all. She easily threw the red ginseng in. As soon as the 2 medicinal herbs entered the alchemy furnace, they were swept up by the spiral flame and spun along with the flame. After just 2 spins, under Helian's gaze, they slowly turned into a medicinal liquid. These 2 medicinal herbs were all ordinary medicinal herbs. If one was not careful, they would be burnt. But at this moment, they had turned into a liquid, without any signs of being burnt. Helian sighed in her heart. She had already grabbed another medicinal herb in her hands. She stared at the alchemy furnace, waiting for Yang Chen's instructions. As the medicinal herbs were added in, Helian finally found an anomaly. Yang Chen seemed to deliberately control the flame into a spiral shape, so that the melted medicinal liquid could rotate along the flame. There seemed to be another way. At least Helian was very clear that even if she knew all the formulas and dosage, without Yang Chen's unique technique, it would be impossible to refine the elixir in Yang Chen's hands. 2 hours passed quickly. During these 2 hours, the alchemy furnace's heat was controlled at a very mysterious point. This was the key to refining the qi-seeking elixir. If it was not just right, it would be a waste with no medicinal effect. At this moment, it was time to collect the elixir. Chapter 56. Yang Chen's technique was very special. At least Helian could not understand it. Perhaps not only Helian, but probably any alchemy master in the mortal world would not be able to recognize Yang Chen's technique. This technique was learned by Yang Chen from the Laojun elixir scripture. Taishan Laojuan's alchemy level was almost unparalleled. Elixirs of the same quality, refined in the Laojuan's alchemy furnace, would definitely be a few grades higher than others. This was not only because of the alchemy furnace, but a large part of it was due to the Laojuan's unique technique of refining elixirs. There were many methods of refining elixirs, and this was only one of them. It was also the one that Yang Chen felt was the most suitable after thinking about it. Yang Chen had only refined this kind of elixir once in his previous life. At that time, it was to test his own fire control skills. At least he had a little understanding of this qi-nourishing elixir. Yang Chen could roughly judge what kind of technique was suitable for qi-nourishing elixir. With Yang Chen's gesture, the medicinal liquid that was rotating in the alchemy furnace suddenly began to rotate on its own, breaking into hundreds of fragments. Every fragment was rotating, then slowly turned into a circle, and then slowly condensed. In less than half a moment, it turned into a round elixir. These elixirs seemed to be held by an invisible hand and suspended in the alchemy furnace. Then the flame in Yang Chen's hand disappeared, and these elixirs immediately fell to the bottom of the alchemy furnace and gathered into a pile. Yang Chen smiled and took out the jade bottle that he had prepared long ago and put those qi-seeking elixirs into the jade bottle. Then he and He Lian each held one in their hands and observed it carefully. The refined qi-seeking elixir was round, smooth and uniform on the surface, and the average size, as if it was rubbed out one by one according to measurements. It was pleasing to look at. Unfortunately, there was no trace of medicinal aura on the elixir. It was neither like some good medicine that emitted a fragrance, nor like some inferior medicine that had a strange smell. This elixir actually did not have a trace of smell, which was really strange. If He Lian hadn't witnessed Yang Chen's success, she would have suspected that he wasn't refining medicine at all. He Lian didn't understand, but Yang Chen knew it very well. There was no smell because all the medicinal energy was contained within the pill, not leaking out at all. In terms of technique alone, this qi-seeking pill was simply perfect and impeccable. It was the first time in his life that Yang Chen had refined it to such a level, and he felt very satisfied. "Young master, what is the use of this medicine?" He Lian asked curiously. She had never heard of such a strange formula and strange technique. She knew that it was a long time before she asked. "It's useless against you and me." Yang Chen smiled and gave an answer that surprised He Lian. Qi refinement realm cultivators are useless. Since they were useless to Yang Chen and He Lian immediately thought of this range. Yang Chen nodded, answering He Lian's conjecture. Seeing Yang Chen nod, He Lian's eyes lit up. Could it be that this is a medicinal pill for Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators? Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators are also useless. Yang Chen then replied. He Lian was even more confused. Qi Refinement Realm cultivators and Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators were not useful. Could it be for Golden Core Realm cultivators? How was this possible? This was only refined with ordinary medicinal herbs. No need to guess. This is for ordinary people, for those preparatory disciples. Yang Chen directly told He Lian the answer. Hearing this answer, He Lian was suddenly a little discouraged. So many medicinal herbs were used only for preparatory disciples. Wasn't this not worth it? No hurry, take it to the medicinal hall for appraisal. Maybe there will be an unexpected surprise. Yang Chen kept it a secret and didn't say it directly, leaving He Lian guessing for a while. The medicinal hall was responsible for the sale of medicinal herbs in Chunyang Palace. In Jirong Mountain Villa, there was also a courtyard dedicated to the service of outer mountain disciples. Generally, if one was willing to spend sect contribution points to buy or sell medicinal herbs through the medicinal hall, they could get a discount. And if they refined some medicinal pills and sold it to the medicinal hall, if the medicinal hall was willing to accept it, they could also exchange it for sect contribution points. You are Yang Chen? A senior brother in the medicinal hall looked up and down at Yang Chen and frowned. Seeing that Yang Chen nodded and admitted it, he didn't care if he had a friendship with Yang Chen and said earnestly, "Cultivation should be more down to earth. If you want to refine medicinal pills, raise your realm first. Don't waste time, otherwise it won't be good for you." Speaking of which, these words were a little deep, but Yang Chen was very happy. After all, the other party was thinking for him. His good intentions were not something Yang Chen would take lightly. "Thank you, senior brother, for your kind intentions." Yang Chen cupped his hands and thanked him. Then he took out the jade bottle containing the qi-seeking pill and handed it to the other party. "Senior brother, help me appraise this medicinal pill. How is its effect? What pill is this?" The senior brother took the jade bottle and opened it to take a look. "It looks pretty good. What is its use? When I was in Yeshio Mountain Villa, I had the chance to eat a few medicinal herbs. I felt that it was useful for sensing qi, so I tried to refine some. I don't know if it worked or not, so I'll have to trouble the seniors in the medicinal hall to appraise it." Yang Chen casually made up an excuse and covered up the matter of the formula flawlessly. "I'll accept the medicine. Go back and wait for news. It will take at least 2 days to appraise the medicinal pill." The senior brother didn't say much. He had already said it, and Yang Qin had indeed refined something. It wasn't good to say that he didn't do his job properly. He just followed the medicinal hall's rules and let Yang Qin wait. As Yang Qin returned to his courtyard to cultivate and wait, there was another rumor in 9 Earth Mountain Villa. Yang Qin, this guy who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, actually took a bottle of medicinal pills refined from common medicinal herbs to the medicinal hall and asked for it to be appraised. Moreover, according to the analysis of a senior in the medicinal hall for a long time, it was completely useless for the qi condensation and foundation establishment stages. This news immediately caused a lot of gossip and ridicule. Xinda and Helian, even if they were helping Yang Qin run errands in the villa, they were faced with a taunting expression everywhere. Occasionally, there were a few who sympathized with them. It was estimated that they sympathized with their 8 lifetimes of bad luck. They actually followed such an unreliable master like Yang Qin. Everyone was waiting to see Yang Qin make a fool of himself. Everyone also firmly believed that Yang Qin would definitely make a fool of himself this time. The medicinal hall senior was very experienced. He only needed to taste and lick any new medicine, and he would be able to determine its medicinal properties in at most half a day. If he said it was ineffective for the qi condensation and foundation establishment stages, then it definitely was ineffective. However, things that were all refined with ordinary medicinal herbs, could it be prepared for the gold core stage? Just as everyone in 9 Earth Mountain Villa was waiting for Yang Qin to make a fool of himself, the medicinal hall of 9 Earth Mountain Villa welcomed a person who had never appeared here before. The current hall master of Chunyang Palace's medicinal hall, the Golden Core Stage Grand Master, Zhu Qintao. Once Zhu Qintao arrived at the medicinal hall of 9 Earth Mountain Villa, he directly pulled the person in charge and hurriedly asked, "Where's Yang Qin? Where is that Yang Qin who refined the qi-seeking pill? Immediately take me to see him." Chapter 57. The hall master of the medicinal hall was a very unusual figure in Chunyang Palace. He had been studying alchemy all his life, and even his cultivation had been delayed. If it weren't for a large number of elixirs, he might not be able to enter the gold core stage. However, since he was an alchemist, such a promotion process seemed normal, relying on alchemy. Zhu Qintao was studying a difficult problem in alchemy recently in Chunyang Palace. He vaguely heard several disciples of the medicinal hall discussing a new medicine. It was said that it could not be used by cultivators, or it would not work at all after being used, which made him feel very strange. When studying a certain problem, it was appropriate to change your mind. Maybe you could suddenly think of something. Zhu Qintao was also holding such an idea, so he called the disciple of the medicinal hall over and carefully asked about this thing called qi-seeking pill. What was the point of refining an elixir that could not be used by cultivators? Zhu Qintao was puzzled, but since the elixir had been sent to be identified, Zhu Qintao must take a look and see what it was used for. When several disciples of the medicinal hall saw that the hall master came forward, they hurriedly sent the elixir over, and then explained the elixir in its entirety, including that this elixir could not be used by cultivators, and the person who refined it was an outer sect disciple of the first level of qi refining. The moment he got the elixir, Zhu Qintao could almost be sure that the raw materials of this elixir were 90%. He could judge it just by the color of the elixir. These 90% raw materials were all extremely ordinary medicinal materials, or in other words, they were simply medicinal materials that mortals would use, and there was not a single high-level medicinal material. Zhu Qintao, who was disappointed, was about to put the qi-seeking pill back, but suddenly found something. This elixir was very rigorous, and there was no trace of medicine smell. Just this alone made Zhu Qintao feel a little inferior. Although, with his identity as a gold core stage alchemy master, Using some ordinary medicinal herbs to achieve this was not a difficult thing to do. However, he knew that the little guy who refined the alchemy was only at the first layer of the qi refining stage. This was very commendable. Just looking at the method of collecting the elixir, Zhu Qintao felt that it was necessary to study this thing called qi-seeking pill. It was impossible for such an ordinary medicinal herb to have much of an effect on Zhu Qintao. Zhu Qintao directly picked one and put it into his mouth. Zhu Qintao had always believed that there was no faster way to appraise the pill than to personally taste it. Once it entered his mouth, the qi-seeking pill seemed to turn into a stream of air, quickly melting and disappearing. After that, there were no more. Zhu Qintao stared blankly. Could this be the effect of the pill? Since this medicine was called the qi-seeking pill, there must be some meaning behind it. Zhu Qintao pondered for a moment, as though he had thought of something. He picked up another qi-seeking pill and popped it into his mouth. The pill was still rapidly melting and disappearing in his mouth. But this time, Zhu Qintao, who was concentrating his senses, keenly discovered that something was different. As soon as the medicinal power entered his mouth, it turned into an extremely weak stream of air that attempted to rush into his meridians. However, it was blocked by his own powerful spiritual power and immediately dissipated without a trace. However, Zhu Qintao's eyes lit up. The feeling of the airflow rushing through his meridians was so familiar. It was just like the feeling he felt when he first started cultivating and tried to sense the flow of qi. Yes, the qi-seeking pill. No wonder it was called the qi-seeking pill. This was simply an elixir that helped those preparatory disciples find the sense of qi in the simplest way. Was it useless for cultivators? Zhu Qintao didn't think so. As the hall master of the medicine hall, he naturally looked at the problem from a more comprehensive perspective than those ordinary disciples. He considered the interests of Chunyang Palace more. No matter how powerful a sect was, it was always composed of disciples, from the lowest preparatory disciples to the outer sect disciples, to the inner sect disciples, and even to the pro-disciples. The status of each level was higher than the previous one. However, the lowest preparatory disciples had always been the foundation of all sections. The development potential of a sect was not decided by the most powerful person in the sect, but by the lowest level preparatory disciples. Zhu Qintao was an experienced person. Of course, he knew how difficult it was for the preparatory disciples to find the sense of qi and complete a qi circulation at the beginning. If there was this qi-seeking pill at that time, Zhu Qintao could be sure that the time for him to become an outer sect disciple could be shortened by at least half. If the time for each preparatory disciple to reach the first level of qi refining could be shortened by half, it meant that there would be at least several times more outer sect disciples than now. A huge number of disciples also meant that the number of people who could become inner sect disciples would increase greatly. The more disciples there were, the greater the potential of the sect. After thinking about this, Zhu Qintao took this bottle of qi-seeking pill directly to see the palace master. As the palace master, his view on this issue was naturally more sensitive, and his eyes immediately lit up. This disciple must be rewarded heavily. The palace master directly decided his attitude towards Yangqin. Also, this qi-seeking pill is listed as a secret of our Chunyang Palace. Except for you and me, the disciples, especially the disciples of your medicine hall, must not easily disclose the secret of this qi-seeking pill to outsiders. With this qi-seeking pill, within 100 years, our Chunyang Palace can definitely grow several times stronger. Speaking of this, even the palace master with Yuanian cultivation could not help but tremble. However, an outer sect disciple who was at the first level of qi refining was not worthy of the palace master's appearance. Therefore, the medicine hall master, Zhu Qintao, volunteered to find Yangqin. In this, there was a little selfishness of Zhu Qintao. After tasting it himself, he basically knew what kind of medicinal materials were used in the qi-seeking pill. However, even if he, the alchemy master, used the same medicinal materials, he could not completely refine the qi-seeking pill. Strictly speaking, he did not even manage to refine a single qi-seeking pill. Even though the refined items looked similar, there was no effect at all. This made Zhu Qintao very discouraged, but at the same time he also became abnormally excited. The medicinal materials could not be wrong, so the only thing that could be wrong was the use of medicinal materials and the special refining method, and the most likely was the refining method. At the thought that this was probably a method that Zhu Qintao had never heard of, Zhu Qintao had an urge to see Yangchen immediately and watch him refine the pill. As a result, the 9 Earth Mountain Villa was shocked to find that the legendary figure of the Pure Yang Palace, the Hall Master of the Medicinal Hall, the Jedon alchemist Zhu Qintao, hurriedly rushed to the 9 Earth Mountain Villa and began to clamor to see Yangchen. Chapter 58. With the arrival of a Golden Core Grandmaster, the entire 9 Earth Mountain Villa was thrown into chaos. Who would have thought that a Golden Core Grandmaster would come to the villa, and that he wanted to see an outer sect disciple who had just joined the 9 Earth Mountain Villa? As a teaching disciple, Chu Heng could be considered half a manager of the 9 Earth Mountain Villa. He was already respectfully waiting not far away. Hearing that Zhu Qintao wanted to see Yangchen, even though he was already at the foundation establishment stage, his heart couldn't help but tremble. What reason could make a Golden Core Stage alchemy grandmaster so anxious to see an outer sect disciple? Although he had doubts in his heart, Chu Heng didn't dare to express a trace of dissatisfaction on his face. He quickly ordered a disciple to find Yangchen and have him come over immediately. What a joke! A Golden Core Grandmaster couldn't possibly lower himself to see an outer sect disciple, right? Yangchen was cultivating regularly. His life during this period of time was very peaceful. In the eyes of outsiders, Yangchen was only punctually meditating and cultivating for 1 cycle every day. Afterwards, he would have nothing to do in the villa and look around. No one knew what he was looking at. Sometimes he would use the hard-earned sect contribution points to exchange for time to read in the scripture pavilion, squandering all the sect contribution points. In the eyes of countless people, only meditating and cultivating for 1 cycle every day was already lazy to the extreme. There was no outer sect disciple lazier than him. Coupled with Chu Heng's intentional or unintentional attitude, besides Yang Chen's 4 servants, no one else would pay attention to him. Even Sun Haijing, who had just come out of seclusion, didn't have the same hatred towards Yangchen as before. First, his cultivation had advanced, and his state of mind seemed to be a bit more open. Second, arguing with such a mischievous person would be beneath his status. The lazier Yangchen appeared, the less of a threat he would be in the future. No one knew that although Yangchen only did 1 cycle every time, in reality, it was a full cycle of the Yin-Yang 5 elements arts. Moreover, before each cycle, Yangchen always ate a piece of the profound Yang fruit. The 1,000-year profound Yang fruit's flesh contained spirit power so powerful that it made people drool. With Yangchen's Yin-Yang 5 elements arts complementing each other, it was enough to send Yangchen's cultivation directly to the 2nd level of qi refining within 1 cycle. Even so, the enormous medicinal power was still unable to be completely absorbed. But Yangchen would never be satisfied with this kind of spiritual power skyrocketing realm improvement. Followed by a reversal of the 5 elements, it would quickly offset the skyrocketing spiritual power in the body, leaving only the purest part of the essence that even the 5 elements could not completely offset. This Yin and Yang 5 elements restrained each other, but it made Yangchen's cultivation base return to the 1st layer of qi refining. After this positive and negative Yin and Yang 5 elements cycle, the spiritual power in Yangchen's body was improving at a uniform rate every day. However, Yangchen knew that this kind of improvement was all the essence of the essence. He did not even have to worry about reaching the peak of qi refining in order to build his foundation. He had to purify the impure spiritual power in his body again. Countless people were stuck at the peak of qi refining. It was precisely because, in order to speed up the breakthrough to the peak of qi refining, They used a variety of methods to increase their spiritual power. This led to the spiritual power in the body being sufficient, but the quality was far from enough. But Yang Chen did not have such a problem at all. Of course, Yang Chen's external performance was that of fire attribute spiritual power. Naturally, Yang Chen would focus on the performance of fire attribute spiritual power. After thoroughly digesting the profound yang fruit's medicinal power, Yang Chen would always control the fourth fire attribute spiritual power to deliberately reflect it, giving people a feeling of fire surrounding the body. For Yang Chen, one complete cycle of cultivation every day was already enough. Naturally, if he didn't use the profound yang fruit, the amount of spiritual power he absorbed during cultivation was almost negligible. Yang Chen naturally wouldn't waste that kind of effort. In the eyes of outsiders, he would become a mischievous person. Blindly bitter cultivation is not the right path. Shinda and the others were naturally confused. Before, Yang Chen was not this kind of lazy person. How come he seemed to be a completely different person after arriving at the Nine Earth Mountain Villa? Regarding this, Yang Chen explained it like this. If bitter cultivation is effective, then why does the sect encourage disciples to go out on patrol, refine pills, forge weapons, and even do odd jobs in the sect in exchange for sect contribution points? Isn't it just to let the disciples relax and relax when cultivating? Shinda, Hilian, and the others were also influenced by Yang Chen. They only cultivated 9 cycles a day. This was the limit Yang Chen told them. The rest of the time, apart from serving Yang Chen, was to do odd jobs everywhere in the 9 Earth Mountain Villa in exchange for sect contribution points. Yang Chen and his servants also became a very special few in the 9 Earth Mountain Villa. Zhu Qintao wanted to find Yang Chen. Naturally, there were disciples who immediately called Yang Chen over. It just so happened that Yang Chen was strolling around at this time. When he heard the summons, he hurried over. From far away, Yang Chen felt an unusual aura. It faintly revealed a monarch-like aura. Discovering this aura, Yang Chen's heart moved, but there was no abnormality on his face. He quickly followed the disciple, leading the way to the medicine hall. Zhu Qintao did not deliberately completely restrain his aura. He just let it be released naturally. Despite this, the aura of a golden core grandmaster still made people involuntarily have an urge to worship. The disciples serving here all didn't dare to breathe loudly at this moment. They looked at Zhu Qintao in the middle, full of respect. Yang Chen, why haven't you paid your respects to Marshal Granduncle? Chu Heng's rebuke came from far away. Yang Chen didn't dare to be neglectful. He respectfully bowed to Zhu Qintao from far away. Before he could speak, Zhu Qintao's figure had already appeared in front of him. He picked up Yang Chen and asked loudly, "You are Yang Chen? Did you refine this qi-seeking pill?" "Yes, Marshal Granduncle." Yang Chen knew in his previous life that Zhu Qintao was a fan of alchemy. His qi-seeking pill was precisely to attract the attention of the medicine hall. He originally planned to refine some higher-level pills to attract Zhu Qintao's attention, but he didn't expect Zhu Qintao to come so quickly. "Refine it for me to see." Zhu Qintao didn't say anything and directly let Yang Chen start refining the pill. When the people next to him heard Zhu Qintao's instructions, they were all stunned. A golden core grandmaster was so impatient. It was unbelievable. Here, Yang Chen was startled and then smiled. "Marshal Granduncle, there are too many people here, and it is not suitable to calm down and refine pills. Otherwise, let's change places." As he spoke, he glanced at Chu Heng with a smile. Obviously, the person he was talking about was Chu Heng. Chapter 59. Let's go to your pill refining room. Zhu Qintao didn't say anything else and immediately got up to leave. With his movement, how could the others still dare to stand? They all hurriedly stood up. The supervisor of the 9 Earth Mountain Villa's medicine hall immediately became anxious. He stepped forward and said hurriedly Marshal uncle, since it's pill refining, isn't it more appropriate to do it in the medicine hall? Besides, everyone also wants to observe junior brother Yang's pill refining techniques. It would have been better if he didn't say this reason. Once he said this, Zhu Qintao immediately remembered the palace master's instructions. The qi-seeking pill was very important to the sect and couldn't be known by just anyone. Hearing the medicine hall supervisor's words, he directly waved his hand. Do you have the medicinal ingredients that Yangchen uses here? Or do you have a pill furnace that he can use? With these two sentences, everyone could naturally hear that Hall Master Zhu didn't want to watch Yangchen refine pills here at all. They could only bitterly follow behind Zhu Qintao, planning to go see what kind of good pills Yangchen had refined. Seeing this situation, Zhu Qintao frowned. What? Do you all have nothing to do every day? Go busy yourselves with your own things? If you really have nothing to do, then go cultivate. Don't be lazy. With a few words of reprimand, even if everyone was stupid, they knew that Zhu Qintao didn't want anyone to follow. At this time, the gazes that they looked at Yangchen almost carried an emotion of extreme jealousy. This was the medicine hall's golden core grandmaster. If he was happy and casually gave a few pointers, that would be a lifetime of benefits. Unfortunately, they were not fated. Seeing this, Chu Heng didn't know what to think in his heart. He hurriedly waved at everyone and loudly instructed, Go busy yourselves, go busy yourselves. Marshal uncle, let this disciple accompany you over. What are you going to do? You're not a fire cultivator, and you don't know how to refine pills. What are you going to do? Zhu Qintao didn't care whether Chu Heng was an inner sect disciple or a training disciple. He directly retorted, Is it that you're very carefree as a training disciple and have nothing to do every day? Facing Zhu Qintao's rebuke, how could Chu Heng dare to say half a word? He hurriedly bowed and left. But when he glanced at Yangchen, his eyes were filled with unspeakable hatred. Zhu Qintao happened to see this glance, and he was immediately very dissatisfied. What are you looking at? What? Are you jealous that an outer sect disciple knows alchemy? Why are the disciples of the Bright Moon Hall becoming more and more useless? These words were extremely heavy. How could Chu Heng dare to stay where he was? He didn't even dare to casually look and quickly fled. Even so, Zhu Qintao still seemed to be a little unwilling to let him go. He shouted loudly behind him, People who cultivate the Tao place the most importance on cultivating the mind and temperament. Your temperament still needs to be tempered. The guidance of a golden core stage grandmaster. Who knows how many people looked forward to such a day, but Chu Heng could not be happy no matter what. Zhu Qintao's words just now were clearly heard by the entire 9 Earth Mountain Villa. He had lost a great deal of face now. In the future, he would be looked down upon by the 9 Earth Mountain Villa's disciples. All of this was naturally counted by Chu Heng on Yangchen's head. Yangchen didn't care what Chu Heng thought, since he had already attracted Zhu Qintao's attention. He was happy to make himself even more important. After respectfully inviting Zhu Qintao into his small courtyard, he immediately ordered He Lian to prepare the things. Shen De, Yuan Ting, and Gu Kun continuously waited on the surroundings, afraid that there would be anything lacking. Only a few people were allowed to stay in the simple and crude alchemy room. Even if the other people of 9 Earth Mountain Villa were extremely curious, they didn't dare to peep in front of a golden core stage grandmaster. He Lian was already so nervous that her body was trembling. Following her master, in a short period of a month, she actually saw a golden core stage grandmaster. In the past, this kind of thing was unimaginable. At this moment, a golden core stage grandmaster was sitting in front of her. Everything was like a dream. Although she was nervous, He Lian's basic skills were still not bad. In a short while, she had already prepared all the materials that Yangchen used to refine pills last time. She even measured the weight. Then, she took out Yangchen's pill refining furnace from her chinquan bag and placed it in front of Yangchen. This is the pill refining furnace you used. looking at this extremely simple pill refining furnace. Zhu Qintao's face couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Relying on this kind of pill refining furnace, he could refine the qi-seeking pill. What did this mean? Could it be that Chunyang Palace would soon have another pill refining genius? However, the surprise on Zhu Qintao's face only flashed. What he wanted to know the most was Yang Chen's pill refining technique. He had already seen the herbs, and there was no difference from his analysis. There was only a slight difference in the dosage. But this difference was not enough to make Zhu Qintao unable to make the qi-seeking pill. The only thing that could explain the problem was Yang Chen's pill refining technique. In the face of a golden core stage grandmaster, Yang Chen couldn't help but become serious. He sat in the same place, holding the two handles of the pill refining furnace with both hands, and began to practice. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. There were already two flames in Yang Chen's hands. At first glance, Zhu Qintao could conclude that Yang Chen's was just an ordinary flame of the 5 elements. There was no unique fire seed. It was normal to think about it. It would be strange if an outer sect disciple at the first level of qi refining had any strange fire seed on him. There were no traces of strange flames on the qi-seeking pill. It was obviously an ordinary fire. However, the scene of Yang Chen's next control of the flame directly made Zhu Qintao's eyes stare out. When the double helix thin flame began to rotate, he had already concentrated on the flame in the alchemy furnace, and his eyes refused to blink. The herbs were added one by one, melted, then rotated, and then slowly mixed evenly. Finally, under the control of Yang Chen's unique flame, it was directly broken into small pieces of uniform size. Then Zhu Qintao watched Yang Chen use a seemingly very ordinary pill refining technique to collect the medicinal pills that had been formed and put them into a jade bottle. From the beginning to the end, Zhu Qintao stared at Yang Chen's technique. He was fully focused and did not wander at all. He was completely observing and analyzing Yang Chen's technique until Yang Chen's alchemy ended. Taking the jade bottle that Yang Chen had put away, Zhu Qintao pinched a qi-seeking pill and sent it into his mouth. Suddenly, a cyclone that wanted to invade the meridians flashed away. Yes, this was the real qi-seeking pill. Everything happened in front of Zhu Qintao's eyes, and he couldn't have any doubts. There were no unique herbs, no mysterious alchemy furnace, and even no unique pill refining technique. The only thing that was different was Yang Chen's method of controlling the fire. That technique, even in the eyes of Zhu Qintao, a golden core stage master, was enough to be described as superb. Chapter 60. You. Pointing to Yang Chen, Zhu Qintao said the word you twice, and it seemed that he still couldn't think of how to ask. This was the first time that Zhu Qintao had such a feeling when facing an outer sect disciple. Yang Chen's spiritual power was very poor, and Zhu Qintao did not expect him, a disciple in the first layer of the qi refining stage, to be strong. However, just talking about the means of controlling the fire, even if it was Zhu Qintao, he couldn't do it when he was in the first layer of the qi refining stage. Although he could barely do it with his cultivation base in the Jian stage, he couldn't do it as easily as Yang Chen. It must be known that Yang Chen had almost stretched the 2 small flames that he could control to the extreme. In the eyes of a master like Zhu Qintao, the thinnest flame was almost as thin as silk. Even if it was Zhu Qintao, it was very difficult to do it, not to mention that there was no slightest mistake in the process of alchemy. As an alchemy grandmaster, after Zhu Qintao saw the complete alchemy process, he had understood most of the principles of this qi-seeking pill. It was nothing more than sealing the spiral-shaped flame in the pill. The moment the pill was eaten, the spiral-shaped aura would erupt, giving people a feeling of being strengthened by an external force. This would allow those new cultivators to find this trace of feeling and quickly enter the state. This qi-seeking pill The most important thing was that the two spiral-shaped flames could not have the slightest intersection. The thinner the distance, the closer the medicinal effect was, the better the effect. Once the two flames accidentally intersect, it would destroy the spiral-shaped aura, and this furnace of pills would be considered wasted. What shocked Zhu Qintao was that even if he understood all the principles and saw the complete process, if he really wanted to refine such a furnace of qi-seeking pill himself, he couldn't guarantee that he would succeed every time. However, Yang Qin, in the face of the pressure of a Jiedon stage master, still had to divide his attention to controlling the fire for alchemy, but he did it so easily. This point, even Zhu Qintao was ashamed. After thinking about this, Zhu Qintao suddenly felt a little ashamed. He was an alchemy master of the Jiedon stage. He didn't know how many times more experienced than Yang Qin, but in the face of such a furnace of ordinary medicinal materials, using the worst alchemy furnace to refine medicinal pills, he was actually not as good as a disciple of the first layer of the qi refining stage. How could he bear this? Where did you learn this method of controlling the fire? Finally, Zhu Qintao stabilized his mind, found the focus, and then asked this question. He wanted to know what kind of person could point out Yang Qin, a freak who could make him feel ashamed of his inferiority in controlling the fire. When I was in the Xiu Manor, the Shangguan of the Shangguan Yang, Yang Qin had long thought of an excuse. In the face of Zhu Qintao's inquiry, he did not panic at all. He spoke with confidence and assurance. He said that I have a fire spirit root. In the future, whether it is cultivation or fighting, alchemy or refining, it is inseparable from the fire. He said that I must be able to control. I listened to the words of the Shangguan Yang. After I entered the first layer of the qi refining stage, I especially practiced controlling the fire for more than half a year. After you completed your qi circulation, you practiced controlling the fire for more than half a year? Zhu Qintao was stunned. He had heard of Yang Qin's experience. After this, disciple joined the Chunying Palace's Xiu Manor. In just a year and a half, he had reached the standard of the outer sect disciple of the first layer of the qi refining stage. This speed could already be considered as a person with excellent comprehension. He didn't expect that he actually practiced controlling the fire for more than half a year. In other words, Yang Qin reached the first layer of the qi refining stage in less than a year. The four servants, including Xinda, were also stunned, but this also eliminated one of the doubts in their hearts. When Yang Qin was in seclusion in the Xiu Manor, it was always the four servants who served him. They had long noticed that when Yang Qin was in seclusion, there was a fluctuation of spiritual power. At that time, they didn't say anything, so they were very puzzled. Now they finally understood that Yang Qin had already completed his qi circulation and was practicing controlling the fire. Compared to Zhu Qintao's shock, the hearts of Xinda and the four servants were even more shocked. The big shots were high up and didn't know that there were so many twists and turns in Yang Qin's cultivation, but they knew. If the time Yang Qin used to practice calligraphy and lay the foundation was deducted, then from the beginning of Yang Qin's cultivation to the first layer of the qi refining stage, it only took a short half a year. Even in the whole of Chunying Palace, as far as Xinda and the others knew, it was an unprecedented achievement. Just because of Shangguan Feng's words, "You fumbled and practiced to this point?" Seeing that Yang Qin nodded his head and admitted it, Zhu Qintao's heart was now only left with shock and surprise. What was different from the shock of Xinda and the others was that he was shocked by Yang Qin's comprehension of cultivation. The achievements of a person's cultivation, in addition to his own innate root bone, which was the attribute of the spiritual root, depended on his own comprehension, hard work, and the degree of external help. Even if a person's spiritual root was full value, if he didn't have the comprehension, he couldn't even understand, let alone cultivate. Without the slightest external help, Yang Qin could practice controlling the fire to this point only by the guidance of Shangguan Feng, the new disciple of Zhuji stage. If Zhu Qintao were to find a suitable word to describe it, Perhaps he could only be described as a madman. Zhu Qintao suddenly had an impulse. Such a talented disciple. He must let the palace master know. In front of him, the outer mountain disciple who could speak with confidence and composure in the face of the pressure of a Jedon stage master, and did not panic when refining medicine, was definitely the most potential genius disciple recruited by Chunyang Palace in the past 100 years. If such a disciple was not carefully cultivated, it would definitely be the biggest loss of Chunyang Palace. How about this, Yang Qin? I don't treat you as an outer mountain disciple, and you don't treat me as a martial uncle. Let's put aside our identities and simply discuss the means of controlling the fire. What do you think? The more he looked at Yang Qin, the more Zhu Qintao liked him. He suddenly had the idea of accepting him as a disciple, but he knew that it was impossible now. It was still possible to simply give pointers, but he didn't want to see Yang Qin take a detour. As soon as Zhu Qintao said this, Xinda, Hilian, Yuan Ting, and Gu Kun were all shocked. Who was Zhu Qintao? For the four servants, he was simply a legendary existence. Even if he was an outer mountain disciple, he was a martial uncle who had to kowtow when he saw him. What was he saying? Put aside our identities? Discuss it? My God, a Jedon stage master and a disciple at the first level of Qi refining realm, discuss it equally? Did they hear it wrong, or was the world crazy? How dare I trouble martial uncle? Yang Qin didn't seem to understand the meaning of this at all. His mouth was polite, but he immediately said another sentence. There are some things I don't understand, and I hope martial uncle can give me some advice.